This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803. Don't wait. Call now. 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803.
Tired of making the same weight loss resolutions every year? It's time to break the cycle. Get started with Mochi Health. Meet one-on-one with a board-certified obesity medicine doctor from the comfort of your own home and see if a GLP-1 medication is right for you. If so, we'll have it delivered straight to your door.
I knew that I wasn't in good health. Then one day I went to get my blood work done and the results were not good. I was potentially going to take time away from my children. With Mochi Health, I've lost 60 pounds. I'm just really happy that my kids get to grow up with a mom who can do things with them.
Start with our free quiz at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com. Take our free quiz today and use the code 2025radio to get $40 off your first month. Begin your journey with Mochi Health at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com.
Real patients were compensated to share their experiences. Results may vary. Eligible GLP-1 patients typically lose 1 to 2 pounds per week in their first 6 months with Mochi when combined with a healthy lifestyle.
Check out joinmochi.com.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Mostly sunny and cooler for today. High temperatures in the middle to lower 30s with winds out of the southwest anywhere between 5 to 15 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Greg Perez.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. This hour, President Trump addressing the Davos Economic Forum virtually.
My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth.
The big question at Davos, how far will Trump go with tariffs?
Is he going to use tariffs more as a negotiating tactic to get what he wants with countries like China on other terms? Or is he really going to follow through on some of those threats, which would have a bigger impact in rippling down to the price that we pay for everyday products?
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Santa Ana winds whipping up another wildfire in Southern California. More than 50,000 people forced to flee or are under evacuation warnings as the Hughes fire burns north of Los Angeles. Amelia Perez leading with the most Oscar nominations today, 13. Only 3 films, All About Eve, Titanic, and La La Land, have scored more nominations in Academy Awards history. This is ABC News. President Trump has already ordered federal DEI programs shut down, and now ABC's Karen Travers says the White House wants to make sure no government agencies are trying to hide them and keep them going.
Federal employees across agencies and departments have received memos asking them to report any possible diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility programs. President Trump this week signed an executive order ending DEI programs in the federal government. The memo sent to federal employees says, "We are aware of efforts by some in government to disguise these programs by using coded or imprecise language. It says to report anyone who continues that work, and failure to do so could result in, quote, adverse consequences." Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
And for the first time ever, Europe is generating more of its electricity from solar power than from coal-fired plants. A new report from Ember Energy says solar accounted for 11% of Europe's power last year, burning coal 10%. Dave Packer, ABC News.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
3 Colorado Republican members of Congress have written a letter to Governor Polis asking him to repeal 3 state immigration laws. Congressman Gabe Evans says during his State of the State address, Polis endorsed some of President Trump's deportation plan.
We sought some clarification on, okay, if you're wanting to actually get violent, illegal criminals out of the community, what are you going to do about all of these sanctuary state laws you signed?
When asked if he agreed with Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship, Evans said he doesn't think it's the problem, that the issue is a wide-open southern border. Former CBI scientist Yvonne Missy Woods facing more than 100 felony charges related to mishandling of DNA. Woods charged with 52 counts of forgery, 48 counts of attempting to influence a public servant, perjury, and cybercrime. Investigators found she deleted, omitted, or manipulated DNA data in over 1,000 cases in her nearly 3-decade career. The CBI estimates that her misconduct cost the agency more than $11 million. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Yeah, it's not too bad for us. There's an accident being reported on C470 Westtown, right in the area of 285. It looks like the right lane may be blocked. Not seeing any backups. Very light out there on the west side. I-25 from Bellevue heading up to about Yale, Colorado area. Little sluggish. 270's running a little heavy. East side of I-70 West from about 225. Heading eventually back into I-25 has been a little slow, too. One accident we're checking on just reported at Hampton and University. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Howdy, Colorado. Triple J Armory is making history. We're proud to partner with the iconic National Western Stock Show, happening January 11th through the 26th. Swing by our booth to check out our expertise in firearms, shooting sports, and safety training. It's a chance to celebrate the spirit of the West and connect with fellow enthusiasts. And for our loyal members, we've got a special treat. Stop by and snag your limited edition Triple J Armory sticker while supplies last. We'll see you there. Triple J Armory, your hometown gun store. Take an aim at tradition. Locations in Colorado Springs and Littleton.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Money. That's money. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions,
take complaints. I'm glad you have joined us today. Any questions you have, we have recouped over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds directly due to this show. So if you have any questions, we have a list of experts at referrallist.com that can help you out. In studio with me today, by the way, good friend of the show, good friend of Suzanne and I, John Fuller, attorney at law. And we also have Barry Miller, VesteraTurnkey.com. We're going to get into that. But the bottom line is, if you ever wanted to diversify into real estate and you really know little, or maybe you know a lot, but you don't want to actually have to manage it, the returns that are possible with Barry are pretty incredible. And we'll talk about those throughout the day. Guys, wow, I just got back from Washington, D.C. It was so cold, John, I couldn't believe it. I know you travel to Florida quite a bit. I looked up on the news, and Tallahassee looked like Castle Rock. I couldn't believe it. Georgia, New Orleans, it looked like 2 or 3 inches of ice.
Well, that's the thing down there. Like, I grew up in Georgia, and, you know, we would get snow maybe once every, 4 or 5 years growing up.
It was
massive. And and to even call it snow is kind of a little bit of a stretch, because what it really was like freezing rain. So we'd get a coating of ice, and I mean, and
there was people literally ice skating.
Absolutely. My hometown had 2 red lights and one of them blinks. They would shut the town down.
Yep.
The people would stock up on groceries. The schools would close. Every building, business, everything, they would all close down because nobody was going out. And if you did, like, we had a hill near my house.
You'd slide right down.
The cars would just pile up at the bottom of this hill because they'd come over and lock the brakes up, and all of them would slide all the way down and just crash into a big pile at the bottom.
So they were talking to, I think, the mayor or someone. It was New Orleans. And they're like, we don't have snow plows. We don't have sand. We don't have salt.
Yeah.
We simply don't have these things.
Well, same for Atlanta. They got like 2 snow plows in the whole state, you know?
It's really amazing how that weather went. And it stretched. I know when I left here, it was like -5 or whatever.
Right.
And then out where we were in D.C., my God, here's what I forgot about D.C. and Florida and that neck of the woods. Even when it's like 15 or 20, that humidity, when that wind blows, it is way colder than 5 below here. Easily. I could see how people could die out there real quick. All right, 303-713-8255. We're going to talk about anything that's on your mind today. I was listening to the economic summit there in Switzerland right before, and wow, we've got a lot coming up. I never thought, Don and Jim, I promise I'll get you in a minute, but you know, everybody that listens to the show knows where I stand. I love what's going on. I think a lot of good things are going to happen. But after listening to that economic conference, and you know, over the weekend, you have guys like Jamie Dimon. You've got the CEO of Bank of America that didn't seem to even like conservatives. A couple of years ago, you've got all these people that are going to be bringing jobs to the country. The main thing Trump talked about today is, here's what he said, John, if you didn't hear it. The bottom line I took from it, economics, all we're talking about, is if you build your product here, you're going to have a tax rate at 15% or under. If you build it elsewhere, you're going to have a higher tax rate.
I'd like a tax rate of 15%.
I think everybody would. Can you imagine that? 15%.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Hey, Don, what's going on with you, man?
Hello.
Hey, Don, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. What's going on?
Okay. Last year, sometime or another, I'm not even sure when, not even sure how we got connected, but this guy was going to put a roof on my rental property, which is right behind my house. It's a small house, about 700 square feet.
Got it.
But he was working with that. Also, he, being an electrician as well, was going to upgrade.
Well, you don't meet many people that are electricians and roofers, but keep going.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, he was going to upgrade, in the process, upgrade my panel back there, which was basically the switch box was inside the house.
Yeah, of course.
It was built back in the 50s.
Yeah.
Real old.
Yeah, I get it. They were going to put a new panel in.
Right. But we went through the roofing deal, and my insurance company basically just was not going to pay for it.
Well, hold on. When you say, hold on. So he came out, inspected your roof, reached out to the insurance company, and they denied the claim?
Several times.
Okay, fine. So they denied the claim. Then what?
Right.
So nothing got done.
Nothing got done and deal, but he says, well, what about this panel? And he set up a date and stuff like that. And I said, well, I have to get a hold of my tenant and let him know, stuff like that. It was set up for January 3rd.
Got it.
Anyway, he come out, was doing the work and stuff like that. Well, in the process, I look and everything, you got the panel up, and I was going, man, that thing is really huge. And I do mean huge. I mean, this.
Well, what do you mean by huge? I'd like to know. I mean, I've seen 1 million electric panels. What are you talking about?
Well, let's put
like the size of the door that covers your glasses in your kitchen, like the cabinet.
No, bigger than that.
Than like a door.
Well, I could probably put 20 circuit breakers in there.
How big is this? That's somewhat normal. Okay, so it's a panel, but go ahead. And why do you care if it was that big? I don't get it.
Well, I don't really.
Okay.
Most parts, stuff like that. It is there. It's stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just, it seems exorbitant.
Okay, so what happened?
Anyway, because the house only has 4 circuit breakers, period. It's only got 4 rooms. And they had to put a surge protector. Okay, so we got that. Then he said, well, as soon as the inspection is done and everything, they want to come out and change out the 4 circuit breakers and put in better ones that, won't kick out, stuff like that. So, okay, I understand.
So wait a second. Wait. I got a couple real basic questions here, Don, that you got to help me with. Did he pull a permit for this work to begin with?
No.
So he didn't pull a permit. He comes in, he puts the panel in, he swaps the panel over, and he had to have given you new breakers at that point because it's a new panel. So when those were in, they were the wrong size breakers, so they kept breaking.
Well,
He might have been
he said that could possibly happen because this is what they require by code, but he said he'd come out afterwards and change them. And I said, okay, well, I understand.
If you didn't pull a permit, why did you?
But he did not pull a permit. I found out yesterday.
Okay, so where does it stand?
He's supposed to.
Where did it stand right after that? So after he repaired it, meaning he put in the wrong breaker, it sounds like. Where are we at?
Right now, everything still is at a total standstill, stuff like that. He was supposed to notify XL to hook up that panel, and he didn't.
How much have you paid him?
I haven't paid him a dime.
Well, then you're so far ahead here. I mean, you got to call an electrician and have him come out and finish it.
Well, yes, but he wants $89,095, stuff like that.
Don, wait a second.
Over almost 10 grand for this panel.
Okay, wait, Don. First of all, to install a panel, listen, it's not cheap. I don't care. These days, it could easily be 10 grand to swap out a panel. I know it sounds absurd. Trust me, I get it, but I'm telling you, they can possibly be there. But if he didn't pull the permit, and if it's not working, and it doesn't have the proper breakers in it, what?
It is working. It's hooked up. It's working.
Well, I thought you said XL had to come out.
They're supposed to.
For what? What do they have to come out for?
To hook up the lines off the line and install the meter.
Okay, hold on, Don. So when you say, Don, please help me here.
Yeah,
when you say it is working now, but yet Excel hasn't hooked up to the meter nor the panel, what do you mean it's working? How is it working?
He did not contact them, and he is supposed to contact them, and he didn't. He hooked it up himself.
Okay, so he hooked it up, and I get what you're saying.
So Excel's got to come out and put a meter in to individually monitor that separate unit.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
Or it's possibly feeding off the guy's old meter. Is it feeding off your old meter?
Is there an extension cord running across your yard?
To your neighbors?
No.
Hold on, Don. Let me put you on hold. I want to get, what electrician, Suzanne, should we grab? Let's grab how about George Fix It? He is an electrician. If we can get George, that'd be awesome. Or if George, plumb line or Fix It. But try George first because it's George. 303-713-8255. Jim's got a fraud call. I'm gonna pin down an electrician after this break. and see how that generally works with Excel. But I'm pretty sure Excel or whoever the electric company is or the utility does have to come out and at least sign off on it. I'm not sure if they have to do the actual hookup, but I want to find out. But John, if this guy hasn't paid a dime, he's the one ahead right now. I mean, that's what I want you to think of, Don. I mean, why do you care at this point? But hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't know how that was. I was like, hello.
What's the deal?
Oh, it just didn't have the call screen up there.
John Fuller Law. Well, he's sitting right next to me, so that's a little strange, but he actually fills in for Tom and I occasionally like he did yesterday. But here's the deal. Personal injury attorney I have personally used multiple times. Both times, John got Suzanne and I and our daughter Adeline the maximum results. You couldn't get better results. Every nickel the other insurance company had, the at-fault driver we got. He's a great attorney. Put the phone number in your phone so you have it when you need it. He'll talk to you about anything that's got to do with an accident. 303-597-4500. And guess what? You're going to deal with John directly. 303-597-4500. Now, guess what I'm going to talk about? Can anybody guess? The art of granite. You want the most beautiful new cabinets, the most beautiful new countertops. You want to transform that kitchen that's 20, 30, 40 years old in the most gorgeous thing. Bring the value of that house up. TheArtOfGranite.com can give you a bid right over the phone. You take some pictures, you send them over to Mitch and the gang. He will give you a price right over the phone. What he has done to our house is incredible. 3 bathrooms, our laundry room, and part of our kitchen. He is absolutely great. His people are great. It's going to look like $1 million when he's done. TheArtOfGranite.com.
I think what that dude is saying is that
he wants $10,000 just for the panel.
Well, that's a little excessive to me, but for 4 breakers, I mean, how much work is there? But he probably put like arc fault breakers in there.
Well, you put a whole home system too.
I know, which that's. I mean, maybe the money's not that crazy. I don't know, but it's. You know, like when we did our basement, we put arc faults in because that's what had to be there for the inspection, and then we promptly, discussed whether or not those were the best breakers going forward and all that stuff. That's not unusual.
No, not at all.
That's maybe what he's talking about, coming back and putting different breakers in and all that.
Well, he was saying, though, I understood it as the whole thing was tripping. Anything.
Well, I don't even know that it was tripping, but the guy was planning to come back and swap those breakers out for something less likely to trip.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, if you're not going to get a permit and get the inspections, then what the hell's the point of putting arc faults in to begin with?
And honestly, unless you are an electrician, I have no idea why anybody would mess around with it. I mean, you have someone who knows what the hell they're doing.
Right.
It's one thing I would love an inspector to come in and double check the work. Every time. When they did our garage, I used Gaddy. They dug the trench, they ran the main connector from the box, and then the inspector came out and looked at it. Then we have a co-op out there. The co-op sent someone out to connect it at their box, and then it was the same day he connected it.
Line, or did you just do a sub-panel from your
No, they did a brand new line, which was killer. So I got 250 going to the garage, and I have no idea how much to the house. I mean, probably more, but it's huge.
Yeah, I know it's big, but you don't use all of it all the time. So
No.
like a 200 amp gives you.
The worst time of year right now is for us is now. So you got the hot tub at 50, you got the Tesla at 50, you got my bus at 50, you got 2 heat tapes up on the roof that are each 30, and then you have the dryer, and then you have a steamer that we just put in.
Right. But you're not using the hot tub every moment.
No,
and
but
you're not using the steamer every moment.
On days like today or the last week, what sucks is the heat tape's on like crazy.
Right.
And the bus is never off. Right now, how much was our last electric bill, babe?
Like 500 something.
Yeah, I guess that's not correct. 500.
550.
What's
something
yours
like that.
run? 550. What's your electric run?
Nothing.
Nowhere near 550.
No. A couple $100.
How about you?
Couple hundred. 250. Yeah. Not really my department. You understand?
Yeah.
You know.
That's why I asked her.
I'd have to check with my people about that, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Also known as my wife.
The business manager. My people.
Right.
I get it.
Get my people, get with your people, and we'll figure that out. You know?
I wouldn't even mind Mark Gaddy.
Well, what about our
Whoops, sorry.
referral list member, Integrity Electric?
Oh, that'd be great.
I'll try him then.
Okay.
But give me a minute.
Yeah, you're good. I'm not going back, says a legal migrate gang member.
Yeah, as they were.
I ain't gonna do it.
As they were
Can't make
dragging
me.
him to the back of the.
Yeah, right.
As her handcuff getting stuffed in the back.
Well, they still show this. It may be just bullshit footage, but there's still this caravan that's allegedly still on the way up.
Yeah, and they make it look like it's the size of a small city.
It looks like the mass of people like leaving Mile High Stadium or something.
It
You know,
looks
they're
just like that. But you notice it's kind of a tight shot, and you don't know if the picture was taken 8 years ago.
Right, exactly. Right, you don't know.
Exactly. So this guy who said he's not going back, he already has 18 felony arrests.
iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino. Suzanne's working on getting one of our electricians on referrallist.com. But Don, I really do want to know something else. So where it stands now, you haven't paid this guy anything. Everything's hooked up. The only thing that hasn't been done is the inspector is not signed off because a permit was never pulled, and Excel has never come out as well. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I also have other information. He told me, what would I pay for the job? I told him I wouldn't pay much over $45,000 to $5,000.
Now, why is it? I've never heard of someone having work done. Did you guys not discuss a price when you started? Did you just, both of you just assume you're going to have the exact same number in your head when it was done?
We'll just work it out.
That's about what
Well, how the hell does that happen? No offense, Don, but I have never heard of that in my life. It's like if I showed up at John's house to buy his car, and I think I'm going to pay $500 for it, and he thinks I'm going to pay $10,000 for it. I mean, I don't even get it.
Take it around the block.
Well, I realize that, and that's what got me on this thing and stuff like that when he presented the bill.
But you haven't paid him a damn dime. So, but
I
when
haven't paid him a dime. I went out and got two other estimates.
Yeah.
From local electricians and everything. Both of them come back at $5,500 for the same job. I had a son that has an almost identical panel on his house, and he only paid $4,000.
Well, okay, listen, man. Pricing is pricing. Listen, though, man. Pricing is pricing. The main problem we have here, there was no negotiations beforehand. Where does it stand right now? Is he threatening to lien you? What is he doing?
He isn't doing. Well, he has presented me a e-sign deal to Synchrony Bank because that's where the number come in is. That something like that. I signed up to do financing on it and everything and got something from them and stuff like that.
Wait a second. Wait. Don, this is so important. Who do you owe the money to? The bank or this guy?
This guy.
So the bank has not put a loan in your name?
Well, yes, they have. But there's nothing on it.
Okay, they have not pulled the funds yet.
No.
Okay, you got to tell the bank. You don't sign that. You got to tell the bank. Look, here's what I tell the bank, Synchrony, because they might pay him if you sign that. They're going to turn the funds over to him, and then you're going to owe the bank, and you're going to have no recourse basically against this guy. So what you need to do right now, I am not kidding, man. You need to call the bank up and say, look, this guy did electrical work. He was supposed to pull a permit. He didn't. He was supposed to call Excel. He didn't. He needs to finish the job before I do anything. That's what you got to do.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, you need to do that. You know what I'd like to do? Where I really want you to think hard. Where did you come up with that $10,000 number in him? I still find it almost impossible. You agreed to have him do something with neither of you getting to a price. So there must have been something brought up at some point.
Well, something that was brought up at one point was the electrical job and the roof.
And how much was that going to be?
The roof is not, but I said,
I understand he didn't do the roof, but how much were both of them going to be at the time?
He's saying $10,000.
So, wait a minute. Come on, man. So he was...
Then he come back and tried to say, oh, well, no, I think that would have been about $15,000.
Here's what we're doing. Hey, Suzanne, get the guy's number.
Okay.
I want to get the guy on. Simple as that. So get the guy's name and phone number from Don. I want to talk to him, and let's try to work this out. 303-713-8255. Because now what he's saying is, and Don, we're going to help you out regardless, but now you're saying, and once again, it could be true. This contractor could be just a total ripoff. But if he's telling you, I'm going to knock you out and put a new roof on, and I'm going to do the electrical panel for $10,000, and then all you get done is the electrical panel, and he still wants $10,000, I just find that crazy. I find it absolutely crazy. Dimitri?
Mark, there's a lot more we're not hearing here about Synchrony Bank. They're a credit card issuer.
They're big.
How did Synchrony Bank get involved in this deal?
Well, I know that because Synchrony Bank does private label. Wells Fargo does the same thing. So when I used to sell computers or tires or anything, I had about 4 different banks I would shop like that. And I could basically get paid as soon as I was done, and then they would make payments. It didn't matter if it was an auto repair. It's for anything.
So did our caller Don already sign anything with Synchrony Bank?
No.
So what did he sign?
No, he said the guy wants him to sign it now. And what he's signing is, so if you let's say you bought a $20,000 server from me back in the day, when I was done and you picked it up and you were happy, you would sign my receipt. I use Wells Fargo the most.
Third-party financing.
And then I'd go get paid. And then he would pay. And a lot of times back then it was like, 1 year, no interest, no payments. A lot of that has changed. Now, while we're trying to get that guy on, hey, Jim, what's going on with you? Hey, Jim, you're up.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Tom. Hey, I got a phone call this morning, obviously a fraud phone call, and I just wanted to have people warned about these guys.
What happened?
They're calling and claiming that I won a contest 2 years ago for second prize, $750,000 they want to send me. That's the old, But I got 3 different people's names and phone numbers. The first guy claimed to be from the Consumer Protection Agency in Virginia, and I got his phone number and information. And then he sent me over to the insurance company that had insured this thing, and got that guy's name and phone number from the First State Insurance and Trust.
Yeah, you must have been, Jim, you must have been bored this morning.
I was, but I played them along. They were extremely good. And I played them along, and I felt
English accents. How did they sound?
I have to be warned about this.
Did they sound like they're from these parts, or did they sound like they're from?
Oh no, they were no accents. Real good,
Yeah.
Real good salesman, super salesman. And they said that if I told them that I knew a consumer person in Denver, and they said, "Oh, you can have him call us, and we can explain it to him."
Oh, perfect.
I wouldn't mind doing that at all. Do you have the phone number?
No. I got a phone number for all 3 of them.
Yeah, but which one said agreed to talk to us?
That's James Miller out of New York. I guess he's with the awards department.
Oh, James.
Okay, I know him. No, here's what I want. So let me put you on hold, Suzanne. When you call up there, I know you're still trying to get an electrician, but when you call up this scammer, this number we're going to get from Jim. Tell them, he's got to know he's on the air, and we just want to understand how some of our listeners can get some of this money as well.
We're so excited. We are so excited for our listeners.
Now, Dragon, I've got to ask something. Get on air real quick.
Yeah, buddy, what's up?
What I used to do years ago, I would say they want a prize. You're on the air. You want a prize. We want to talk to you. and they would come on thinking they won a prize, then I'd knock them in the head with what we're really talking about. I had someone, I'm going back pre-COVID. I had a certain program director, I'm not going to say his name, that did not like that tactic, but I never saw a problem with it. I guess all I'm asking you, as long as they know they're on the air.
I'm pretty sure as long as they know they're going on the air.
Yeah. Why do I have to tell the truth? They're a bunch of scums. So let's see if we can get them on. Hold on. A prize.
Right.
God, would they be?
I don't think that's going to work.
No.
Andrew, please.
Why can't you be like, we're
I'm sorry. I might be calling the wrong number. Is this Copper Connection? Okay. Very sorry. Thank you. Bye.
You know what? I might have one.
Hey,
Suzanne.
Don, that was for a whole different company, that phone number you gave me.
Oh, it's not even the right company. That's crazy.
Okay. I'm going to give you just a hot minute. Hang on. Jim, give me the phone number to those folks.
It sounds like the guy's a little, he might even be a little drunk, honestly.
Oh, the electrician?
Not the electrician. The guy that called.
Oh, that's too bad. I'd love to talk to a drunk one.
Whoa. Yeah, never. Not.
How come he doing
Never happens with painters.
Never.
Ever.
Okay, and what does he know you guys? What name?
You want to talk retirement? I'm going to talk about Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. You know, these guys put it all together. They call it the 5 pillars. Here's what I love about them. Few different things. One, it's a trusted family you're dealing with. The father, the son-in-law, and the father's been doing this for a very long time, over 40 years. They talk about the safety, the income, the growth, but it's not just what you should invest in. They actually dive deep into your retirement. They talk about the taxes, the health care, your legacies. They talk to you about optimizing your Social Security benefits, Medicare, supplements, insurance. They talk about every part of retirement with you, estate planning as well. Sit down, talk to them over Zoom, go to their office, talk to them over the phone, but I want you to reach out to them. rpcenter.com. rpcenter.com.
So your lovely wife said that y'all had located another candidate in
I pulled because of, I didn't even tell her. I mean, it was a possible. They redid 90% of the house. It was gorgeous. Put in a pool. It's on a river. And my understanding is they might be in line for, what do they call it, dredging? And that could be a big problem right now until that's done. Meaning there might not be enough water to float to the river or float to the lake. Well, I would have, but if I bought that house, I'd probably have the boat the day after I bought the house. But it had a beautiful boathouse. It had a beautiful dock. They just redid the whole house, but it got flooded out pretty good in.
house did?
Yeah.
Then it's below flood. You don't want to buy it.
Yeah. Well, the flood insurance was as high as they could rate it. There was nothing higher.
You don't want to do it, dude.
I just said I didn't want to do it.
The maximum. Here's the thing about flood insurance. If you're not a permanent resident, okay, which is defined by
6 months, 1 day.
No, sir. 75% of the year.
Oh, really? In Florida? Under the National Flood Insurance.
Right. So under the national FIB rules, a resident is there 75% of the time. So all you people that think it's at 6 months in a day, like me, are surprised to find out that it's not. And if it's not, and if you're not over that threshold, guess what? Instead of the low, paltry 250 grand, which is the max, it gets cut in half.
Oh, God.
The maximum flood claim that you can have, period, is 125 grand.
You know, so Dimitri, I'll be looking at these houses that are like, I don't know, over $1 million easy.
Here in Colorado?
No, God, no. We're talking shit on the water.
Oh, okay.
So you're like literally on the water. Boathouse, all that bullshit. But what I learned was, and I didn't really know this at first, but John's known this shit forever. So the $250,000 for flood, if that whole house floods, which generally is never going to happen, but if it does, you got $250,000. I mean, that's really about it. You'll get some contents and whatever else your regular homeowners, but your regular homeowners won't touch the flood. So, I mean, there's people that have, I bet in that last one, there's people that have, what, $1.5 million, $2 million house?
Just to correct you, you don't get a little flood.
No, you get a flood.
An inch in one room, it's an inch in every room.
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
Well, what I'm saying, when I say a big flood, a lot of the ones we originally looked at, you know, they're built on stilts the right way, and they got breakout walls, but that's still 60, 70,000 in damage.
Or I was under grandkids first. Yeah.
Yep.
And, you know, it got 3.5, 4 feet of flood water.
He's probably not
It so it blows out those walls, doesn't it?
Well, it didn't. It's a little different construction, but
Okay.
it had drainage ports. It had solid walls, but it had ports.
Oh, fun!
Yeah.
And it had
gosh.
huge glass sliding doors on one side and watch doors on the other. So
You can open it.
it didn't really matter.
10 seconds, buddy.
But it got in.
4431 Rhino or rhinoshieldsco.com. Denver's talk station.
Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Suzanne, my lovely wife, did you reach out to that scammer?
I did, and he actually had a legit voicemail. I left a voicemail saying who I was, and we wanted to talk to him and what we wanted to talk to him about. And then I also let in the voicemail said I'd be calling him back again in a few minutes.
I absolutely love it, and we're still trying to get an electrician, I assume. We might end up...
You wanted me to call the electrician in question. Don gave me the wrong phone number, and I literally just got the right phone number. So if you give me a minute, I'll give the guy a try.
How did he... I'm not even going to ask. I'm going to end up
Okay.
pulling my hair out. I wonder how he gives the wrong phone number. Out of curiosity, Suzanne, was the wrong phone number to a different electrician?
No, it was just to a whole different
just totally
company.
wrong phone number.
He just accidentally gave me the wrong number.
I got you. Hey, Jim, we left a message with the people that tried to scam you. Hopefully they call back. Honestly, I don't know if they will or not. We talked to one time. It was so great. I mean, the best one ever, and I'm sorry, I got to put that one on hold, go here. The best one ever, Jim. We got a hold of some guy, and I believe every word he said. He was in Jamaica in like an office building with, you know, on a floor with like 20 people, and these 20 people would get 50% of whatever they got. And he explained to us how it worked. First of all, it wasn't until the money was done. Meaning, if it was just on a credit card, they wouldn't get their cut for like half a year because you can go contest a pure fraud.
Right.
Up to whatever amount of time. But if it was like an Amazon gift card or a gift card, because that's what they'd always focus on, they wouldn't get the full 50%, but they'd get paid quick, but they'd get like 40% and split 60 with the house. So he went on and he did. And we said, well, why do you guys target people? Don't you feel bad when you go home? And he's like, no, it's a job. It really is. I got to feed my family just like you do what you do. And I believe every word he said was true all the way down to it. I truly do. Absolutely, positively. All right, 303-713.
I remember the call.
Oh, you do remember that, Jim?
I remember the calls and the conversation. If somebody else wants to take the other two phone numbers of the Consumer Protection Agency guy and the insurance company guys, I also have those. I can give you. You can go to somebody else.
Yeah, what the hell? Go. You know what? We will try one more. Hold on. I got full lines on right now, but give Suzanne that info. She's talking to somebody real quick. 303-713-8255. Hey, Michelle, what is going on with you? So, yeah, hey, Michelle, listen, I'm going to tell everybody right now, it's my fault. No, listen. It's my fault when there's a delay like that. Do you know why, Dimitri?
No, I can't think of a good reason.
Was there
I like that. He's like, no, there's no excuse for that. No, here's the bottom line. You hit the button, and I'm saying this because John's sitting next to me.
Mm-hmm.
You hit the, I'm sorry, just hold on, Michelle. You hit the button, and you wait about 2 seconds or 3, then go to the caller. It takes 2 or 3 seconds for them to actually hear you. But now, go ahead, Michelle. Thank you for holding.
Yeah, no problem. So recently my nephew wrecked my car. He took it without my knowing. And so I had full coverage insurance on it. State Farm paid their half, but Gap Insurance is not paying the other half, which is $1,300.
Why did State Farm only pay half?
I have no idea.
Well, and I'm sorry, Michelle. What do you? So how much damage was the car totaled?
Yeah, the car was totaled.
And how much? How much was the car worth?
I still owed on my car about 22, I think, 22,000. It was a 2018 Buick.
But hold on.
How much was it worth?
How much was the value of the vehicle? Do you know that or no?
No, I do not.
How much did the insurance company offer you?
They didn't offer me nothing. All they did is pay me the $10,000 towards my car.
Well, that's what I was asking. So they gave you $10,000.
Yeah, $10,000.
So
that's seriously upside down.
Yeah. So what happened is you have negative equity. Either you bought at a very high interest rate, something was inflated in the car. Where did you buy the car and how much? I know you had an $18,000 loan, but for example, do you know what your interest rate was?
No, I do not know the interest rate on it.
Mark, I think Michelle said that she had Gap insurance that hasn't paid off. Is that correct?
Yeah, but Gap
Michelle?
insurance, if she owes 18 and they gave her 10, they're not giving her Gap insurance isn't giving her 8 by any means. How much does Gap want to give you?
Gap isn't giving me anything.
Not a nickel.
No, they're not
Okay,
paying
let me ask you this. Here's what I want to do. I got to figure this out a little better. I would like the VIN number. You probably don't have the VIN. What was the year, make, and model?
It doesn't say on the...
Hey, Dimitri, I want you to look up the year, make, model. What is it?
It's a 2018 Buick LaCrosse.
Buick LaCrosse, how many miles on it?
There was, I think, like 70.
And then, is there any trim you know of, like S model or anything like that? If not, we'll get close.
No, there wasn't.
And it was in pretty decent shape, normal shape?
Oh, yeah, I only owned it for 2 years.
Did you ask how many miles?
Yeah, he got that 70.
Okay, I missed that.
So I want to look that up, and I want to ask you something else. And I think John Fuller knows where I'm going to here. So when they offered you that $10,000, you said they only paid half. I understand you're thinking the Gap would pay the other 8, but did they say there was somebody else at fault at all? Were they only going to pay for 50% of the vehicle, or they told you they were going to pay for the entire vehicle?
Well, to my understanding, I just thought full coverage insurance meant like State Farm would cover the whole car, and I didn't realize that only covered a certain amount. So,
hey, Michelle, this is John Fuller. I do this every day. So is it true to say that State Farm gave you what they valued your car at, and that just happened to be about half of what you owed on it?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's what we were looking for.
Perfect. Hold tight. We're going to get a value on that car and try to tell you where you're at. You might not like it. You might like it. Hold on.
Not going to like it.
Definitely not.
I'm going to go with the not liking it.
Right, but her, she might have not argued.
Well, no, I know.
I got a ton of comps, and they're actually much higher than...
What is it at?
17,000, 18,000.
Really?
See, something's wrong.
going on with liability. It was split.
That's where I was going, but...
Well, let me ask her some more questions, because she thinks it's relevant that her brother didn't have permission, and I bet he did have permission. Because what people don't understand is if you've ever had permission, you always have permission.
Whoa. Unless if you sign off, right?
No, I mean, if you
let's say you exclude somebody.
And say, yeah.
So if Mark says you can use my Visa card to pay for that pizza on Friday,
we're talking about use of a car.
No, we're talking about.
Yes, I agree. I agree. 100%.
As long as you take me to lunch on his card, we're fine. Okay.
It's called the Fuller Law. I know it's there.
The Fuller Rule.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. I always say this. Brooke can find the money. You got a commercial project out there. Maybe you have a duplex, a quadplex. Maybe you have a garage where you fix cars, but it's a commercial property, they can generally get 95 to 100% of the entire project covered. It's unbelievable. Then, of course, if you own just a house or anything else and need a residential system, they're the best. You know, all their employees, including sales, installation, service, they all work directly for the company. And like I said, Brooke can find that money for commercial properties. And the last thing I'll leave you with, if you have a solar system that hasn't been working or is not up to snuff, it doesn't matter who installed it. Most likely they're out of business, but Red Rocks Roof and Solar can work on it. RedRocksRS.com. That's RedRocksRS.com. Let's talk about Bradley O'Brien. I don't care if the word real estate's in it. Commercial, residential, buying or selling a house. Maybe you're leasing a property for the first time in your life, like a storefront. Maybe you got a property line dispute with your neighbor, adverse possession, a lien on your property, or you want to lien somebody's property where you did work. Or maybe you're a landlord and you need someone to make sure your lease is up to all the changes Colorado has done in the past few years. That's Bradley O'Brien. OLSlaw.com. He's our expert. OLSlaw.com.
Hey, Mark.
Slow today.
Oh, Mark. Da-da-da-da.
It's mellow. I'm mellow Mark today.
Sure you are.
Yes.
With Don on line 1, I had to leave a voicemail with the company.
Okay, but
So,
it
do
was
you
the
wanna-
company?
What?
It was the company?
Yeah, it sounded like it was a cell phone that when it doesn't answer, it switches over to the company. So I left a voicemail telling him who we were and who we were calling about. I don't know if you want to hold the guy for a little bit.
No, let's call him back.
Okay.
Let's put, who else? Is Bo or anybody? Or
Bo's
Dimitri,
taking
you want
cases.
that one?
Which one?
The electric case.
The electric guy. So she's got a message into the electric guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be happy to call.
All right, so
Okay, I'll kill Don.
email it over to him, Dimitri.
Hey, Don.
So you understand where we're at in
We're
it,
going
though?
to kill your call. Here's what happened.
She
I
left a
called the
message
phone
as
number
a
you
phone
gave me, and
number,
it went
electrician
to.
that
It sounded
wants
like
to-
it was a
Just don't
cell
forget,
phone that
he hasn't
when
paid
not
this guy
answered
any.
goes
Right,
to
yeah.
the company. So I left a voicemail.
I love how they're
for them
trying to
give us a call
negotiate.
back.
Yeah,
And
no,
I'm gonna
over
put you
nothing.
out of
I
your
mean,
holding
like,
misery.
well, whatever.
And in the
It never
meantime, I'm
happens.
So
sending all
whatever.
your information
It
over
doesn't
to one of
happen
our
that way.
deputies who will be helping you work on your case.
Screwy there.
Okay, his name is Dimitri. I'm going to give him your cell phone number and be
I
sure he
forget,
has
you
that.
don't
He'll be
hear.
reaching
Do you
out
hear
later
the
today
offline?
to get working on your case. In the meantime,
that's
if
funny.
I
You
hear
might have
from the
never
company,
heard.
I'll be blowing your phone up to get you back on if
So,
they
like,
want
I
to come
can
on and
hear
talk about it.
Suzanne, Dragon.
Oh, I can hear that when I'm at Tom's house.
But but here, that's the only one that hears it.
No, I do. He does.
Oh,
You do.
you said?
So do you.
Oh, okay.
You got to hit offline.
Oh, yeah. You have to. Right. Sorry.
You see where it says offline on yours?
Yep.
But then make sure you go back to PGM.
No, I know.
When we're on break.
Yeah.
303-618.
I do like Washington. Let me tell you, when I walked by that White House, it was probably, we got down there pretty early in the morning. It was cold as shit. And they still had the barriers everywhere because they thought they were going to have the parade. So, but when you're right there, you're literally, White House is right in front of you, and you know Trump is literally in there signing shit.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
It's so crazy.
It's nuts.
Everything gets real, just real like
fast.
that.
Yeah. I love it there. That's my favorite place in the world.
I was in there, we
Around
went
the
there
earth
like
ball
I was probably 14 or 15, school trip, went through the White House. What else did we do there? Vietnam Wall, White House, one of the museums. I don't remember which one. I mean, I've been there a bunch, but I mean, I'd been.
Yeah, I grew up near there and was stationed near there in the Army and all that.
Yeah, I was South Jersey at that time. It wasn't far away.
Where? Where in South Jersey?
Voorhees.
Is that near Elmer?
I don't know where that is. We're like 15 minutes from Philly.
Okay. Elmer's like half an hour.
I was 10 minutes to the speed line and 5 minutes over the Walt Whitman, or I think it was Walt Whitman, whatever bridge.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, we went to D.C.
kind of
on
all
a
of our travel
school
plans
trip.
on hold
You
for a
know,
little bit,
we
except for Nashville.
We went up there in an Amtrak train. Okay, all sorts of new experiences for a small town Georgia kid to go up there.
Oh, you were in Georgia.
I grew up in Georgia, so we went to D.C. and we're seeing all this shit, and it's all very cool. But we're staying in this big ass hotel downtown, you know.
And my clearest memory of the
he
whole
just got
trip
back from
is
out
that
of town
you
like
get up
late
and go to
last
the
night. They
restroom,
got home at like
when
10.
you came back,
I,
some
like,
bum
called
would have
him,
sat down at
called
your
him.
table and started eating your damn food.
Oh, like for real?
Yes.
Back then?
And yes. And so we're like mortified. We'd never seen a homeless person.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
You know, in my little hometown, we didn't have those kind of things.
That's
So
unbelievable.
We're just like, what
The hobos would ride the train through your town.
Yeah. We had no homeless, nothing in my hometown. That was
Where were you?
That is funny,
a little
man.
town called Madison, Georgia.
That actually is funny.
About an hour from Atlanta. 2 red lights, one of them blinks a little bit.
I heard you say that. Which way from Atlanta?
Did you get that value?
Oh, down. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. 17, 18, pretty solid.
Here today at walkms.org.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Frank Duran, the real estate man, how I love thee. He negotiates like nobody's business. I'll tell you what, not only did he get us more money for the house we sold in Castle Rock, more money than the same model in the rest of the neighborhood. And he did it, and he did it, and he did it, and he did it wonderfully. But he saved us a ton of money buying our house by negotiating with the owner in Franktown, because Frank figured out, I'll give you a little secret sauce. He figured out the guy had, that the house was empty for about 6 months, but we didn't know if he was paying interest or a mortgage every month. And sure enough, he had a big mortgage payment, a good nut to crack every month. So what happened was Frank figured that out. We made him kind of a cash offer, and he saved me close to $100,000 on that house. You want the best, forget about the rest. FrankDuranHomes.com. I promise you, FrankDuranHomes.com. Now, so we did a couple things here over the break. So we have Michelle. Her vehicle was taken by a relative. What did she say, John? Her niece or nephew? Something like that.
Yeah, and you said it without my permission, but Michelle, is this, had he ever borrowed your car before? I mean, he didn't steal the car, right?
Yeah, why did they say why did you bring up that fact? Because if the insurance company wrote you a check, they
must have thought he was a permissive driver. Or was there some question about who was at fault in the accident?
No, there wasn't. My nephew was in fault of the accident.
Okay.
Yes, I did let him drive before.
Now, wait a minute. Explain what happened in the accident. So if he wasn't at fault, explain to the best of your knowledge.
No, he was.
He was at fault.
Oh, he was at fault.
Yeah.
Are they possibly, I go back to what I tried to ask her. Are they possibly saying, because that vehicle, Dimitri, what's it worth?
Hey, on cars.com, there are tons of comps for this particular 2018 Buick Cross with 70,000, and it's a solid $17,000, $18,000 car asking price.
And that kind of aligns with her loan. She's been making payments for 2 years.
Why'd they take so much money off of your car? Had it been damaged before or anything?
No, it has not.
And Mark, if she cashed the check already, can she go back and ask for more money, or is it kind of like too late?
I don't know what she signed.
It may not be too late against her own insurance company.
I didn't cash the check, though. I never got the check personally.
Okay, good. Well, hang on to that for this moment.
Is this possible, Michelle, that State Farm assigned some of the blame of the accident to the other party?
To my knowledge, yeah, I'm thinking, but I never got a check. They paid it. The State Farm paid
the loan
Alley
company.
Bank. The loan company. I never
paid
received
directly.
a check.
So, Michelle, they have to. Listen, there has to be a property damage adjuster they got assigned to the case, and that person's job is to come up with the value of your car, case or your car, if in fact it was totaled, which it sounds like it was. So they have to go. Sorry.
I did find all my paperwork for the insurance company.
Okay. You have it right there.
So here's one of the things that I suggest that people do is you tell that insurance company that you want to see how they arrived at that value, and they can provide you with, it looks like an appraisal on a house. So have comps. They'll show you what they added and what they subtracted. Mark, remember on your accident?
Mine was off by 100%.
The comps are what proved that they got the wrong model and just flat got it wrong.
Mine was so wrong, it was crazy.
And you won't know what they did wrong until you see that. And all you have to do, since especially it's your insurance company, is call up and say, I want to see this.
I still contend, though, there's something else going on here.
There has to be.
Yeah, there has to be. What paperwork do you have right in front of you? Do you have like a ledger?
Farm. I have, everything's from State Farm.
Yeah, but what is it? Does it have numbers on it? How they came up with? Does it have that $10,000 number on it somewhere?
Yeah, let me look right now.
And here's what I want you to do. Hold on.
What was your deductible?
Oh,
your
that's a good
insurance
question.
policy?
That's a really good question. I bet it's $1,000, but hold on. Let's ask her. And I say that because, hey, Michelle, how much was your deductible?
Let me see. I'm not sure. My husband takes care of everything like that. So, let's see.
Send us a picture. Here's what I want you to do. Suzanne, pick up. We're going to go to break here in a second. I'd like a picture of the settlement sheet, if she has it. And have her text it to you.
All righty.
Simple as that. 303-713-8255. And who is this? Jim. Jim, we're going to go ahead and free you up.
Mark,
We're going
not yet. He wants to hold. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to call the scammer one more time over break and see if he answers and wants to come on. Then I'll kill Jim if I need to.
Awesome. I love it.
He just wanted to listen in.
Now, also, we're going to talk about Vestera Turnkey after the break. These guys have a webinar coming up. I'm going to explain really quick because we're running out of time here what we're going to do. But I want Jim, Mark, Michelle. You guys hold on. I'll be coming right back to you. One line open, 303 Martino, 303-713-8255. But this Saturday, 10 a.m., you can actually do it right from home. You can do it wherever you want. It's a webinar. But you're going to learn how Vestera Properties has made people literally millions of dollars. They go find the right property in the country for you. They find the right house, the right economy, the right place. Then they find the right people to manage it while you collect rent. You own the house. It's your house. You're renting it out. Then as it appreciates, because they found the right house in the right area, whenever you want to sell it, you sell it. And it's all for like $390 a year. It's incredible. We'll talk more about that and a lot more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Oh, I'm mellow as hell today. I'm mellow as hell today, Dragon.
You don't sound mellow. You sound normal.
Do I really? I feel mellow.
So normal. Totally normal. I listen. When you said I'm mellow or dragging ass or whatever term you used, I started listening for any low energy. Didn't detect it.
I felt I was mellow. What's going on, girl? Give me a hug. How are you doing? It's good seeing you. Hey! Oh,
there she is.
Oh my God, have you grown up? I mean, we saw you not that long ago at the brewery.
No, at Casa Bonita. Oh, yeah,
No,
it was the brewery after that.
I think the brewery was after.
She wasn't with me. Remember, she was doing Star Wars. Yeah, those are little ones, Mark.
Hey, YouTubers, this is Jazz from YouTube. She's actually nice to us, so we had her over for Thanksgiving and all kinds of stuff.
That's this year's gift.
That's gorgeous.
Wow.
Commissioned them out. Normally, I make you.
Go hold it up next to. You see what I'm
Oh, it's
saying?
got like the show seal. That's right. Oh, end of year.
She's
Michelle, would
done
you be able to
shirts,
get that
coffee
settlement
mugs,
sheet over
hats.
to us while you're holding?
Oh,
I heard you had a good time.
Can you email it?
Were you just in California?
Hell, it's pretty easy email, and then I'll put you on hold
Yeah,
while
I
you do
thought
it.
you guys were.
Help at troubleshooter.com.
Did you guys?
Okay, darling, I'm gonna check in on you in just a couple minutes, okay?
No, they're in
Thank you.
Okay.
So all the fires are up north.
Well, for now.
Right. We had the cedar fires that almost got our house. Back in what, 03, 04, whatever that was.
God, it never stops.
Okay, if this doesn't fit you, I can make you a new one.
What is it?
This was a project that's been sitting there for 2 years.
Let me see.
That I finally finished.
What is it?
And you can pass it on to someone else.
Seinfeld. Get the hell out.
Oh my
of here.
God, that's hilarious.
Oh my God. You made this?
I like to sew.
Well,
I'm trying to
okay.
get back into it.
That is
Let me
awesome.
see.
Well, when I'm done with my diet, it will be.
Look at that.
That's a goal to work towards.
That's awesome.
That's super
Listen,
clever.
you can pass it on to someone else and I'll make you. Oh, hell no.
It would fit. I'll tell you who.
I'll wear it.
It
Jeez.
might fit Miles.
I was like
That is just awesome.
trying to figure it out.
If you started it 2 years ago, it might have fit me 2 years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's cute.
Mark, that's just added incentive for you.
I'm really impressed how well I got this lined up.
What are you guys doing down here? Just checking us out?
Ember had a post-op surgery appointment.
Oh, post-op, yeah. How are you feeling? Good? Yeah, so?
Yeah, she's off the wheelchair now, but they're like, no, all she can do would walk. Like, they don't even want her going up and down stairs.
How long couldn't she walk?
6 weeks.
Was it both hips?
Nope, just one. So basically her leg bone slipped out of its socket.
God
so
dang.
they put a screw in there to hold it in place.
Oh, no.
It's called a skippy. And I guess it's common in preteens and teens when they have growth
But it's
spurts.
good forever once you're healed.
Yep, once you're healed.
Cool. Well, I hope your other one doesn't go.
Exactly.
You're a little too old to be getting hip surgery, or a little too young.
Yeah, so we're doing good.
John's had probably both hips replaced.
Well, that was the thing with her. They're like, we don't address this now, the bone's gonna die and replace and things like that because of lack of blood flow from the tissues.
Awesome seeing you guys.
Yeah, I did see you guys too.
So you print like company logos and stuff on,
Hi, James. This is, I left you a voicemail a little while ago. It's Suzanne with the Tom Martino Show. You've been working with Jim Quigley
What
on
did
the
it say?
750
You don't have
your watch.
He said that you would come on our consumer show
I
on,
stood up again.
in Denver
My
on
Samsung would
6:30
actually
HOW,
like
and
flash a
iHeart,
message
and just
going,
wanting to
stand
be
up,
able
get
to
up,
want
get
to
up.
explain how
And it's
this
brand new. I
benefit
paid
from
like
the
that stupid Samsung was,
$750,000.
it was just stupid. But the battery's only good for like 36
we're
hours.
live. So
So
you're
this
not on the air,
will
sir,
7
but
days.
We're live until
Oh, really?
2 p.m.
7 days.
This is the new Apple Watch, and
That's what
so
she said.
far it's
Oh,
this is like the Ultra, which has got a lot of functionality, but so far it's like 2.5 almost every day.
That's not bad.
Which is,
my clients.
I try not to throw it on the charger
You
every
wanna come on
night.
and
I'm trying to be
explain it?
good
Jim-
about
Jim Quigley
keeping
is
the
holding
battery
just so
healthy
we
by
can
letting
figure
it
it
run
out.
all the way
Okay,
down and
just hang on. Let me
charging
tell
it
the
up.
Plus
host,
tracking your
Marc Mager,
sleep.
that you are on.
I don't wear it
so
at
he
night.
can
I
talk
don't
to you
wear a
about
watch.
it
Oh,
on the
okay.
radio show. Hang on just a minute.
Watch on.
The manufacturer.
I always track my sleep.
Yeah. I already know my sleep is shit, so I don't need validation,
That's you.
Mark, that scammer guy is going to come on and talk about the $750,000. So I'll
Man.
go on line one.
Nice.
I want 750 grand.
Let's all sign up.
Yeah, that was crazy when that sister called yesterday. I was like, holy shit.
I've had that kind of shit happen.
I've
Where
heard it when you've had it happen.
Yeah,
but I
you're
just
talking to
never
a roofer
expected it.
Okay,
about
he's
a
gonna
roofer.
come on,
Next
so
thing you
listen
know,
in.
the roofer's on line 5.
Right? That was crazy.
You're talking about Dimitri. Next thing you know, Dimitri
Walks in the
In the
front door.
studio.
you're
in the
like,
studio.
Drinking
Like,
free coffee.
No, well, because he bought it for you before. He used his card
I just
again.
said, hey, you said you're going to come on and
That's a
explain
good
to our
deal.
listeners.
Oh, sorry.
Dragon, I will make sure he knows he's on too.
She sounds like she's trying to keep him.
That is adorable. Oh my gosh.
Oh, keep him on.
I wonder if he is he said no accent, but we'll see.
How to get
Don't
750
feel bad.
For free.
That's what she
That's
said.
I want
great.
some.
So I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna modify. Okay, hey Suzanne.
I don't know because he's an extra large. That's all I know. Oh,
Hey
Yeah.
babe, I don't want to modify the intro, but I sure don't want this guy to hear, 300 million, all that bullshit.
Yeah.
So right after Tom Martino and I start, pick him up so he can't hear me and just talk to him for a minute. Like, okay, you're probably going to be first up. Just hold on. Everybody's really curious how this works.
okay.
Good move.
Get him, Suze.
And that way I can talk about we've got some total moron coming on, but he can't hear us.
He can't hear on hold right now.
He can hear, if he's on YouTube, they can hear. But on hold right now, all he hears, right, Dragon, is the radio.
Just allow
Correct.
it.
That's all he hears.
He's got to he can bring up somebody like he's brought you up before when you call in.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's like button.
There's a process I need to do in order for that to happen.
Gotcha.
How to get 750K.
Give him my personal cell phone, would you? I almost gave yours out yesterday.
I didn't give it all out. I almost gave Tom's out years ago.
10 seconds, buddy.
Like, I have got him.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off.
Not
Bad
alive.
news. You need advice so you don't have to
Not during the whole show.
We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. Hey, listen, everybody listening. So we got the scammer on. Listen, I know I'm not doing my normal intro, but you know the show. We help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints to the tune of over $300 million. Suzanne's got one of the scammers on. We had a call last hour. And this guy said, hey, all these people are calling me up. They're telling me how to get $750,000. We got this guy on the hook. He can't hear me right now, but he is going to hear me when I go back in a second. But I do need to tell everybody out there, well, we don't have any lines open, so that's not going to work. But help at troubleshooter.com, and don't forget 303 Martino if you want to get through and talk to us. So tell Suzanne she can put him back on hold, and he'll be able to hear me when he's on hold. Okay, everybody hang tight. It's going to be good. All right, let's get him on hold. All right, so we have exciting news today. Check it out. We have somebody. This is incredible. And I'm hoping it's a real deal. But we have James. He's on the line right now. I'm going to go to James. James, I am so impressed by this. We had someone tell us about your system, how to get $750,000. How does that work?
Well, I have to ask Mr. Quigley. He is the one offering this.
Mr. Quigley's our caller, Mark, on line 3. He's saying that he just told me that Jim's soliciting him for it.
What? What are you talking about, James? Seriously, do you not?
I received a phone call from Mr. Quigley from Colorado.
Yeah.
Soliciting some funds from some kind of award, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you turning the tables on my guy? Are you trying to turn the tables? I need to know, both of you right now, which one's the scammer? It's like the cartoons where they're pointing at each other. Jim, are you the scammer trying to scam James?
I believe Mr. Quigley has some explaining to do.
Mr. Quigley, you got some explaining to do.
Oh, boy. Well, started off with a call from Consumer Protection Agency, David West in Virginia, who referred me to First State Insurance Trust with their name and phone number.
Yep.
And now over to this James Miller, and they gave me a claim number.
All right, hold on, James. Hold on, Jim. James, seriously, man, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'd really appreciate this. I honestly would, man. So, look, I know what side of this you're on. What I'd really like to know, though, is just the back. We all get phone calls like this. We all do. I mean, it's incredible. So, where are you? Are you literally in the country? How does it work? Do you split the money if you do get money? I mean, how does, please just explain how it works. I mean, do something nice for everybody.
I'm in Manhattan, and I received this phone call.
I don't believe you.
But now I don't understand what you're trying to ask.
Well, I'm trying to say you're a big-time scammer. That's what I'm trying to say. And I was hoping for one time in your life, you could actually help people and tell us how this works. He hung up. Ouch. He hung up. Hey, Jim, he hung up on me. I believe you, man. There's no doubt that guy is involved. Suzanne, when you first called him, what did he say? What did you tell him?
I told him I said, we're a consumer advocacy show. We understand you're giving out $750,000 rewards. And Jim Quigley said you would be happy to explain how to do that for our listeners. And he said he'd come on. And then when I went back to him while you were introing the show, he was trying to tell me that Jim was scamming him.
Oh, so he changed.
So, so I knew that's going to be sort of turn of events when you brought him on.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Who's giving me $750,000? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I know. Which got
one of you guys is responsible for my $750 large?
Hey, Jim, out of curiosity, what was ultimately, how would you get the $750? We know the 3 people involved, but what was the whole scam? You send them $5 $5,000 to pay the prize money?
No, I send them 1%, $7,500 for the insurance policy they put on. I didn't understand. And this is the great part. I said, what about income tax if I get this money? Oh, the insurance company paid $230,000 on insurance. So
wow. So they paid your insurance.
On the taxes.
They paid your taxes.
But they were still going to give me the $750,000.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I am so glad you got involved, and I'm glad you called up too. I was really hoping. I was honestly hoping I could reach into this guy's soul and get some real information. I have no idea where he is, but I would guess.
Right.
Cuba.
He's in New York, and I have.
He's not in New York. You think that guy lives in Manhattan?
Well,
no way. He might live in the subway system in
the
Manhattan.
area code I called for his voicemail was a New York area code, just so you know.
No, I know. But so everybody out there knows, and some of the older people probably don't, but here's the bottom line. You go to Google, you set up an email, you can get a Google number for free, and you can pick basically whatever area code you want in the world, and you don't even pay a nickel for it.
Honestly, he didn't sound foreign to me. Did he sound foreign to you?
He said something that reminded me of Cuba. I don't even know what the hell he said. What did he say, Barry? Didn't he say something about Cuba?
Yeah, as soon as he got on, his first words were not
Or maybe
from Manhattan.
Ricky Ricardo? Did I hear a Lucy thing in there or no? Did you?
No, that was you because you said you guys got some splaining to do.
Right.
So
that's what it
your
was.
reference was I Love Lucy.
I think he said that first. I picked up on it, so I threw it back at him.
Oh, very good.
So when he said that, I was thinking maybe Cuba.
I thought I heard
there was something.
Yeah, I heard some Babalu playing in the background.
Is it Cuba or Cuba? I believe it's
who
Cuba.
you're asking.
Yeah, it depends who you're asking. So, hey, Jim, I appreciate that call, man. That was a good one. Thank you, sir.
All right. If they get any calls from Consumer Protection Agency out of Virginia,
I get it.
or First State National
Or anywhere.
Insurance and Trust,
Or any bank.
any of those things, yeah.
Or any insurance guy.
I just don't want any other seniors getting scammed out of their money. I appreciate your help.
Yeah, you got it. The bottom line, folks, and I mean, it's so weird these days, you got to reemphasize this, but it happens. My old man got somewhat taken, not for a lot of money, but someone hacked. He sells, he doesn't now, he's in his 80s, but he sold some homes in the retirement neighborhood he's in, and pretty much just right around that area. And his boss, actually got her email hacked and sent him an email along with her other employees. And the email said, hey, I'm out of state right now, and I really need to send a few people some Amazon gift cards. Please get them ordered. Send me the number. And then, bam, bam, bam. So my dad bought $500 in Amazon gift cards because it legitimately came from his boss's email.
Right.
But anybody out there, if anybody asks for gift card money, or cash or anything, just don't do it. There's no other better way to say it. 303-713-8255. Let's see.
Hey, Mark.
Hey.
If you check your email here, you and John both, I'm sending over the documents for Michelle's settlement on her vehicle that was totaled.
Excellent.
Should be in your inbox in the next 10 seconds.
So people just joining us. Michelle called last hour. Her vehicle got totaled. It was somebody else's fault, but it was her insurance that ended up paying the full amount. And basically, she is short $8,000, and we're trying to figure out why the insurance company only paid $10,000 on an $18,000 vehicle that was totaled. Then, Mark, you'll be up after that. Soft.
Only a $500 deductible.
500. Wow.
Oh, good. You got everything you're looking at.
Market valuation report. Okay. Base vehicle value 11.9.
Let me tell you about Genesis Total Exteriors. Man, Mark is doing something really cool right now. It's so cold out. Look, these guys do everything on the outside of your house. We know that. Stucco, they do roofing, windows, you name it. The company's name is Genesis Total Exteriors. But did you know they also do stuff on the inside? And right now, while the cold weather is still like this, they will do buy one, get one free interior doors at your house. Maybe it's time to replace them. You can get a different color. They have all different kinds, solid wood. If you got that builder grade stuff, you can upgrade that house big time. But call up Genesis 303-679-8509, 303-679-8509, or Google Genesis Total Exteriors. Joe Lazzara, a great attorney that does wonderful things. I hope you never need him. And the reason I say that is he's criminal defense. Maybe you found yourself in a DUI or an assault, maybe anything, a bar fight. But if you're in the system and you got a court date coming up, there's two things. Either one, you're innocent, you need someone to fight for you. Or two, you're guilty and you need someone that can cut a deal. Either way, it's Joseph A. Lazzara. He knows the judges. He knows the DAs. Everybody respects him. He works the front range. And some stuff like DUIs or shoplifting are actually, listen to this, flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200. Please, I beg you, put it in your phone right now. If something happens, you're going to want it. 303-429-6200.
We got it figured out.
Mm-hmm. That's a pretty nice, concise statement. There's no confusion.
Yeah.
What's that?
She got like $12,000 for that car, and less than $500 deductible.
So they lowballed her on ACV.
No, they didn't highball her, but it's in the range.
Let's take Suzanne.
I don't know about that.
Can you get
model.
Can you get Gaddy on? Or I'm sorry, Getty.
Front wheel drive with 110,000 miles on it.
We're gonna. Oh, it's got 110.
Yeah.
Oh, she said 70.
Yeah,
Let me redo the
about
value.
$40,000. So.
Well, we're going to get a real value for it.
So let me check the higher mileage one. How
Yeah,
many
yeah.
miles did you say it has?
110.
110. Thank
Petty.
you.
Petty is who I'm talking about.
Do you need a VIN over there?
No, I'm on cars.com. I'm looking at retail.
Gotcha.
Right, because I just care about what it costs to replace it. Right?
So she got barbecue when she bought it. They croak and choked her and put everything under the sun on there. And
I didn't think of that.
Including
Did she?
Gap and all that shit.
So it's 15,000. But what the hell is Gap? So it's 15,000 bucks.
Carcasses.
Still. But what the hell is Gap for if they're not paying off the rest of the Gap?
Gap is usually 25%, 20.
Yeah, there's a limit to what over
It's a fraction.
market value that Gap will go.
Oh, that sucks.
Well,
It
we
does,
might.
but they're trying to keep people from just scorching people and adding mop and glow and croak and choke and
Okay.
all the fun stuff that they
It's a
put on
protection
there.
against the dealer, not to screw the consumer.
It says it can basically, if this is, AI, it's basically saying it can go from 25% to 150%.
Okay, so, I mean, she probably does have a legitimate Gap claim for some portion
For
of that.
something.
Yeah.
And
I'll
what
tell you,
portion, I don't know, but Gap is renowned for being able to deny claims for not following the process. That's how they get out of it. They go, well, you had
You didn't do
74 and a half hours, you have to file a claim within the third Thursday of the second month of the whatever. Sorry, ma'am, you missed the deadline.
The other that happens a lot is the dealership takes the money for the Gap, never forwards it to the damn Gap insurance, so you paid for it, but there is no coverage.
Right. Absolutely. That happens a lot.
But don't they incur a huge liability in that case?
If you sue them, you would eventually get it.
But most people are not.
Most people that buy Gap insurance are going to be.
And they buy that shit in bulk, So they always get out of it by saying, well, we transmitted the whole month's worth of Gap contracts and we paid our invoice, but
they pocketed a few of them.
Yeah, something gets screwed up along the way,
And there's so many ways to get fucked up there.
Where is Shannon? How come you're here, Dragon?
My office, but I might have worked in that.
Really?
What happened?
Here's some stories.
Where's Shannon? How come you're doing all four?
Birthday week.
Oh. What's he like, 68?
At least.
Did you guys get those documents, Mark?
Did you guys get those documents?
Yeah, John went all through them.
Okay, so you're good to go back to her?
Yeah, I would like to see her. What I'd really like to see is the original. No, the original sales.
Yeah, the original contract.
The original contract on that vehicle.
Oh, the purchase sale contract?
Yep, I doubt she's going to have it, but I'd love to see that. And then petty details, if you can get Jason on. Or
Justin. All right.
10 seconds.
Oh, yeah, and the Gap contract.
Michelle, two things.
Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, waterpros.net, Paul the Waterman. Man, they got the best systems out there, and they got them for up to half the price. Listen to that. I bought a system from them last year. I called around. I got a better system from Paul the Waterman for half the price of the other guys. For half the price, an entire house system. They have one now that is incredible. Not only is it a water softener, it gets rid of the chlorine, and on top of that, it gets rid of the forever chemicals. You're going to have drinking water every place in the house when you shower, and we know those forever chemicals don't go away, and the whole thing's under $4,000. Think of what I just said. I dare you to call up another company, call again, or something like that right now, and say how much for a whole house system that does that. It's going to be $15,000. These guys have unbelievable prices. I don't even know how he does it, but I know this. He's a master plumber, and he's a great guy. Paul the Waterman. You can check him out at waterpros.net. That's waterpros.net. Now, 303-713-8255.
Hey, Mark,
go ahead,
sorry
Suzanne.
to interrupt, but with Michelle in the auto insurance issue, you wanted a couple extra documents.
Yeah.
She's going to text those over to me, and I'll get them to you. So we're going to put her on hold for just a hot minute.
I love it. So Michelle called up, and she only got $10,000 AT, and then we'll try to get petty details on for a real value of that car. There's a couple things that could be happening with Michelle. Here's one of them. She paid for gap insurance, like she said, and she really did pay for it, but the dealership never sent it to the gap insurance company, so they denied the claim because they don't even have a policy on her. The other thing that could have happened is they just flat out denied it because some of them are sleazy as hell. John, you deal with auto accidents all the time. How often does gap insurance come up where there's an issue getting the money from the policy?
Yeah, the bulk of the time we see problems with gap, it's process problems. So it's not reading the how to make a claim section and following it to the letter.
Yeah.
So if they say claims can only be made on the first Tuesday following the accident and you wait till Wednesday, they're like, sorry,
too
didn't
bad.
follow the process. We're going to deny the claim. And that's how they get out of a lot.
And we're going to ask her when we get her back up and get those documents. I'm hoping they have the original sales. I'd like to see the other thing I was thinking about.
She does.
That's excellent. I love that. I can't wait to look at it. Here's why. Let's say she had an $18,000. What'd she say she had a loan for? 18? She's been paying
18.
on it for 2 years. I'm just going to assume, let's say the original loan was $20,000. I wonder how much of that $20,000 was the mop and glow. I wonder if there's a service contract in there for $3,000. There's a windshield contract in there for $1,000.
Yeah, or she could have been upside down bringing a trade in to the table before. There could have been negative equity rolled into the deal.
Rolled in.
You never know what exactly until you see that buyer's order.
Michelle,
it's in
here's
your
the good
inbox,
news.
just so you know.
What's that?
It's in your all's inbox, just
Awesome.
so you know.
While John's looking over at that, Mark, what is going on, man? What's happening?
Hi there, Mark. Wanted to find out if you have any advice on claiming an abandoned vehicle. We have a vehicle that was left at our complex. It looks like the tenant moved out, parked the vehicle in the guest parking. It's been there almost a month.
Is it just, is it like a rundown jalopy, or what do you got?
Later model Jeep Renegade, unlocked. The keys are actually in it. For all I know, the title could be in there.
It's probably either out for repo or it's stolen. I mean, I called the cops.
Yeah, we called the cops. There's no missing persons report. It's got a valid license plate with still not expired plates.
But the keys are in it and everything. I wonder if it's like a setup vehicle. I mean, why the hell would someone leave a later model Jeep with the keys in it. I mean, maybe they want it stolen to cash out of the loan or something.
I've seen videos like this on YouTube and stuff.
I've seen an episode of Seinfeld.
I saw it
like
on
this.
Seinfeld.
Yeah, we think the same. The car smelled, so he threw his keys to a bum and was like, and then the bum gets in and goes,
Oh, no, it smells too bad.
Where is it, Mark?
In Lakewood, in a condominium complex.
Well, who is your tower?
We haven't contacted a tower. We haven't made management aware of it yet. We were waiting to see if they'd come back and get the vehicle.
I'm sure after going on the radio, it'll be gone this afternoon, you know?
Yeah, it was...
oh, my God. John,
it was unlocked.
That's unbelievable. You know what? This could be the guy. This could be the guy. It's an entire setup. Mark, are you in cahoots on this?
No way, Jose.
You have another payment due next week.
Yeah, that is crazy. It's like, hey, the keys are in it. It's at $14.69.
We don't know. It seems like it has a full tank of gas. You know?
Full tank, and there's a wallet. There's a wallet right there in between.
It looks like 100 sticking out of the wallet.
If I moved the vehicle out onto the street,
I would not do that.
Mark, I wouldn't get it.
Don't touch it. Don't get your fingerprints in there, dude.
I would not move.
If the cops, I asked you about the community there, because generally at condos, townhomes, apartment complexes, everywhere, there's signs for a tower. It used to be Wyatt's or whoever. I'd call them up and tell them to get it the hell out of there. It doesn't belong there.
So I don't have to be management to have it towed off.
I would tell management to get it towed out for sure.
You kind of do.
It has to be management.
Why does it bug you that it's there? Just out of curiosity.
Well, it's our guest parking. They have their own guest parking at different buildings. So it kind of disrupts our guests. When our guests come in, then I have to park on the street.
Well, I would go right. I'd go right to wherever your management is, or just call them and say, "Hey, this thing's been there 30 days. It hasn't moved."
Okay, but there's no real process. I guess ultimately would end up at the city auction or something like that.
No, that is the process. What would happen is they would call up the tower. The tower would come get it because it doesn't belong there. I mean, basically, if they have posted signs there, the tower would come get it. They would bring it to wherever they bring it and store it, and then the owner would be notified by the registration.
Right.
And if it sat long enough, I mean,
then the tow yard
would figure out how to liquidate
right,
it.
Exactly.
And then if there was a loan on it, what's good for the tow yard?
Tabs on it.
This is a cool part for tow yards. If there is a loan on it, they end up getting paid for the storage and the tow and everything by the bank, because the bank wants the vehicle back.
Yeah.
But there's nothing you're going to do. You're in no position.
Ask one more question and make one more quick comment.
Sure.
Who's ultimately responsible for the roads and the highways, especially through the city and the Denver metro area?
What do you mean? Who's responsible for what? All the potholes? Or do you mean?
Yes.
Well,
really bad, and I think Governor Polis needs to do something about it. That's my quick comment.
I think there's a pothole hotline.
That's more of a I know.
Denver.
Dial 999 and we'll show up and fill that pothole within the next 12 years.
They wouldn't lie all the way west, all the way out to the east. Really bad.
Well, I'll tell you where it's funny as hell. If you take, what's that back highway into Fort Collins? If you go, you go to Fort Collins and you cut over to Laramie.
287. It's a beautiful drive.
The second you get out of Colorado,
beautiful,
and hit Wyoming,
absolutely beautiful.
It's like you're in a Cadillac that's brand new with the best suspension.
It's like airport quality pavement.
And then on the Colorado side, it's hang on to your hat.
Yep.
And that's like at 25 going any direction.
Yeah, it's the same on 70 coming in from Kansas. It's just gorgeous. And then you hit the state line and you're like, hang on for dear life. You're all over the road. And
what's that area on 70 where you go way past Grand Junction and then you come to those big bridges that wind around before you go into Utah? You're on bridges that are way off the ground, winding around. Those things, you're so far off the ground, it's crazy. And there's potholes the size of basketballs everywhere.
Yeah.
It's insane. So to answer your question, who's in charge of the roads? Well, apparently, I guess ultimately Polis. I mean, really, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who else would
be? The city, it just depends on what road you're talking about.
Everything's priority. You know, John, we had a car, or not one car. So I had a Goodyear years ago right at I-70 in Peoria. And a pothole opened up. I think it was during the winter, but this pothole was literally taking tires off and blowing stuff up. I mean, it was massive. And I had 4 or 5 get dropped off in my parking lot because we were right there by literally the city because they had to get the cars off the street.
Right.
And they needed everything from bent rims. They all needed at least one tire, but bent rims, some of them had control arms bent, everything. And, you know, ultimately, there was one guy there that was going to fight the city. And, you know, he was going to pay for those repairs. He owed maybe $500, $600, I don't remember. But no one got a nickel. City didn't pay for a damn thing. So, I mean, that's just the way that rolls, man. I mean, that's part of driving on our highways. So I assume when they get really bad like that, they fix those first, and that's all they're dealing with. But Colorado is a joke when it comes to freaking the highways. It really is.
I agree.
Weren't you in Georgia where the road's good?
You know, I don't really remember. I mean, they seemed good.
Yeah.
You know, but I've been out here for like 35 years, though, so.
Go ahead, Barry.
I grew up in Pennsylvania, and everything you're talking about is not nearly as bad as it was decades ago.
Yeah.
And still, Pennsylvania is even worse.
Where'd you grow up there?
Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
I don't know where that is.
Well, that's like 15 miles from Scranton. Don't kick me out.
I know where that is.
Scranton.
I lived in Westchester, PA for 4 years.
Yeah. I worked near there. Ridley Park.
Oh, yeah. All right, everybody hold tight. We're going to come back. We're going to talk to a problem with, we're waiting on that. I have 2 lines open, 303-713-8255. We want to hear from you. Any questions you have, 303-713-TALK. Yep, I will. No, we will. So did you look at Michelle's stuff, John?
I did.
And what did we find?
She sent me some new here.
Did she buy any of the, God, she really did have everything. Here's the gap.
Amount financed $30,600.
Well, they got her.
We got to find the original sales.
Gap addendum was only $530, so they didn't hit her with that.
Here it is.
They crooked choked that thing up to the moon.
30 grand for that.
It says 150% of the vehicle's retail value on the vehicle purchase date, according to the NADA guide. No coverage is provided for any portion of the gap amount resulting from the original amount financed exceeding 150% of the vehicle MSRP or 150% of the retail value on the vehicle purchase date. Okay, so the retail value.
All right, 303-713-8255. We are looking over this lady's gap insurance, and I'm actually looking at her. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dragon. My bad. Art of Granite, theartofgranite.com. You know, I'm having more senior moments, and I'm not even close to being a senior. I was invested into reading something there. But anyhow, the Art of Granite, Mitch Floria, you know it. I've used them numerous times. Suzanne called them up. They went out, and she picked out the most beautiful. This is the recent project, probably, I don't know, not even 2-3 months ago. It was her master bathroom. She picked out quartz. It's absolutely gorgeous. He did not over the countertops, but he also did around the tub. He did the windowsills. It's unbelievable. Our master bathroom looks brand new. It brought the value of the house up for sure. But you can check it out at theartofgranite.com. That is theartofgranite.com. Now, check this out. We're going to be talking to Barry Miller when we come back from this break about Vistera Properties. We are going to be talking to him because he happens to be in studio, so I'm not going to tell you about him right now. Hold tight.
He wants to do it in
What's coffee?
Water. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd love another water. Okay. I thought, man, that was the quickest break ever. All right.
It was.
Oh my God!
I didn't see. I was looking through all her
John,
stuff.
did you get that email? Okay,
did. Thank
you're
you.
shaking your head at me. No.
It took a while to come in, I think, because the attachments were really big, and
Yeah.
you know.
So selling
Michelle,
price.
they're reviewing your docs. Okay?
She sold the car bought it for
Thanks.
$28,000.
All right, here's the deal.
No trade.
The gap was only good for up to 150 of the retail value of the car on the purchase date. The purchase date was a 50,000 mile car in 2022 of a 2018. So a 4-year-old car with 50,000 miles, 150% of the retail value was the maximum the gap would pay. Okay.
But it paid nothing.
Well, I know it. Yes, you're right. But that's the top end that they could be held responsible for.
She's got a $4,000 service.
Oh, that's not.
Well, they're not going to.
I know it has nothing. No, I'm saying that's part of her $18,000 she still owes though. Was a $4,000 service plan that she's not going to get anything
You married up.
for. So basically, $27,985 is the selling price. John. So looking at that contract, what would the maximum gap be?
But that's not the MSRP of the vehicle.
Oh my God.
Is that no? That's right. I don't know what that.
What are you looking at? A buyer's order?
I'm looking at what they sold it.
Where I didn't see that document.
Just it's in one of the emails.
But they still have decided this week.
Yeah, Southwest Motors purchase order.
You know, we had our kids real close together, not quite that close.
There
Miles
should
was
be no coverage issue.
getting ready to turn.
There should be.
Adelaide.
If you go 150 of that,
It was a
you're
really
at
busy
you're at
time,
45
like a lot of
grand. I
work,
mean,
but in
there's
the
more
If
than
that's the MSRP though.
Yeah, but what Dimitri found
How
now
close are your
would
sons in age?
make it at least 15 or 18,000.
Which would still cover.
But it was at the time of the purchase
No, but when
that sets the
bought it.
150. You know.
22, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
She's
30,000.
So I'm
they
trying
have
to see
coverage.
here.
They have coverage. Whether they pay is another
Does
story.
Compass sell Gap?
Well, that's a
I
good
think he
question.
does.
Hey,
actually.
ask Brian if he sells Gap
He does.
and forward him those 2 emails.
That's a good question.
Tell him I want him to look at the Gap insurance and I also want him to look at the buyer's order. I don't want to get him on until he looks at that stuff.
You want him to look at what? The Gap insurance and what else?
The buyer's order. You can just forward those attachments to him. He can click through them.
Okay, I texted him. Just give me a minute.
I knew I'd be hoarse today, damn it.
You've been yelling.
Was
No,
the,
I haven't been. I've been mellow.
Hey, here's a good question.
No, the
Was
last
the
few days
nephew-
with the guys.
Oh my God, yes.
All right, we need to ask some questions here. Was the nephew drunk? Not kidding.
Is that
Or-
part of the gap?
Total, there are exclusions. Total losses resulting from DWI, DUI, or any intentional act, forgery, or any criminal or illegal, intentional, willful, reckless, negligent, or wanton act.
Maybe they're saying
committed
it's
by-
stolen.
Yeah, or if he got in an accident, was he drinking?
What else was
he,
there?
Was he going fast?
I get
You
it.
know?
What else? If he's wearing a red jacket.
Well, yeah, if he's impersonating a
Under
gangbanger.
80 years old.
Well, yeah, I mean, those guys are bad.
Can you imagine all those exclusions?
Loss resulting if it was being operated, used, or maintained in any race, speed, or other contest.
Oh man, yeah, hot rodding around. Well, that made me sound old. Hot rodding around.
You kids are out there hot rodding. I know you
Get
are.
off my lawn, goddammit.
Whippersnappers.
You young whippersnappers. Get your ball off my yard.
I haven't heard that for a while.
And if she's got to be careful here, in the event of theft, I mean, nobody's truly accusing him of stealing the car, but she said he didn't have permission. They could probably latch on to theft and say, well,
Well, we're going to ask Brian that too, but on the accident side, it's one thing. But when you're talking a comp claim and your nephew comes over while you're out of town or something and just takes your car, is that permissive use?
in Colorado it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Man, we are getting to the bottom of this insurance one slowly but surely. We've got some questions we want to ask Brian over at Compass Insurance. Suzanne sent him some stuff over, but really interesting stuff we have found, and we have all the numbers, and I'm pretty sure we can put this together. But John Fuller found some stuff. If you have gap insurance and paid for it, when you hear the exclusions in this person's policy, you're not going to believe it. I mean, they're incredible. I don't want to get into it until we get Brian on, though, John. But they're absolutely incredible. Now, I do want to talk to Vestera. Simple as that. Hey, Barry, when did you start doing property deals? Be honest.
2003.
2003. And you basically find great little pockets in the United States, of course, of booming economies.
Heavy research, we find booming economies for the next 3 or 4 years, not flash in the pans.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Give me an idea of one. I mean, maybe it's not a current one, but give me an idea, and why was it where you guys started looking for properties?
Well, Albuquerque, New Mexico was one of our hot spots.
My God, if he told me to buy a place in Albuquerque, I'd be terrified.
Yeah. Well,
why is that, though? It's so undervalued?
Undervalued, but the economy, they were booming then. We're talking 06, 07, 08.
Got it.
Et cetera, bringing jobs in. They have government security jobs there in defense.
Okay.
Not military, but Colorado Springs was a hot spot until it priced itself out. Just 3 years ago, it priced itself out.
So it doesn't matter if it's in, I'm just using states, New York or Mississippi.
Doesn't matter. We have 50 states from which to choose. We search everything.
And you're looking for the hottest upcoming economy.
Hottest upcoming economy. I mean, we're talking the top 5 or 6 economies.
And then you find the property.
Then we find the neighborhoods and then the property.
Now, are the properties ever townhomes or condos, or they're always single family? Or they're all the above?
Single families, 97, 98%.
That's what you want.
Yeah, we have one now, but it's $250 a month HOA for a $250,000 property. That's out of line.
Yeah,
you don't make money on HOA
So you're
fees.
punching all this math when you're looking for it.
All of it.
And then these properties that you guys buy on behalf of the investor.
The investor buys them. We don't buy them.
No, but I'm saying the ones you find on behalf of the investor.
Yep.
They're in good shape, ready to rent.
That we do the tip-top shape, no deferred maintenance for the next 2 years.
We're not talking some fix and flip deal.
Opposite end of that.
Yeah.
Cherry picking the best properties.
So you find the house for me, let's say it's me, and then basically I buy the house. I can go through a mortgage, I can pay cash, whatever. I buy the house.
We find all that for you. We shop lenders, we shop property managers.
Everything. So then you put that together and boom, I own the house. Then you guys find someone that can manage the property for a while.
Yep.
And they come in and they rent it out. They check the tenants. They know the rules. They're in that area, and that's what they do.
Top managers, we even oversee them, so you don't even have to interface with them if you don't want to.
So I collect my rent check every month.
Yep.
And then after X amount of time, if I need the cash, I could sell it the next week, I guess.
Yeah, or you could get a second loan on it any time. I mean,
do whatever I want with it.
Do whatever you want.
Sell it whatever I want.
It's fairly liquid is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no negotiations as far as I don't have to contact you when I want to sell it either. If I just want to sell it, I can sell it.
Mm-hmm. Anytime.
And you guys only charge what for everything we just talked about? It's ridiculous.
The only direct fee our customers ever have an option to pay us, if they want to, $360 a year.
And what's that for?
That's for overseeing the property manager and giving you extra economic reports, helping you decide when is a good time.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a base question.
Yeah.
Here's the base question. How do you make money?
How do we make money? Good question. Thank you, Mark. Good question. Okay, when you buy a property, when you buy that investment property, the real estate broker got paid on your behalf.
Got a percentile.
Yeah, typically 2.5%. We're big advocates of that, not 3. We think 3 is gouging, by the way.
Got it.
But in any case, 2.5, we get a big chunk of that realtor's commission because we gave you to them. We did the work.
But that's where the money's at right there.
That's where the money is. We get paid by the real estate broker, who's your broker, and they give us about half of the commission.
And then what is the success rate? You said 03, so we're 22 years in. Give me a success rate.
I'll give you the success rate for the most recent 5 years. That's the most important 5 years.
Go ahead.
It was very good prior to that, but kind of irrelevant, historical, you know.
I mean, coming after 08 to 10.
Yeah. And, I mean, you know, there was a slowdown there, but et cetera, and we saved people money, and they didn't lose money in those years. That was good. But we reactivated it big time in 2019. We do not have anyone who has made less than 30 to 35%
on whatever
an
their
annualized basis of their cash. Cash on cash. Keep it simple. Cash on cash. That's what we make our money on. This year, 2024, no one was making less than 42 to 43% on their money.
Wow.
So we have the track record. We have it clean. It's
and nothing in Colorado, by the way, though.
Nothing in
because
Colorado.
Because we're at the top of the market.
We have certain guidelines that are proprietary that Colorado doesn't meet because of our high prices.
So, John, I was looking at a place in Nebraska in a little town called Scotts Bluff, and they had some brand new duplexes. I think they were duplexes, but they were big houses, 2,000 square foot duplexes. And I was thinking of buying 2 of them. And I sent you the info. And I said, Barry, I mean, what do you think of this? Just the property. And he basically emailed me back the next day a full report on it. And the bottom line was, don't touch it with the 10-foot pole no matter what you do. There's no economy out there. You know, there's like a sugar plant, and then there's Walmart, and then there's basically everything in a nursing school, and it's pretty much there's nothing going on there, and the market is crazy to buy out there.
No, it's flat line instead of a big curve upward.
Yeah, flat line or less, because those guys weren't even really playing ball with what I was willing to offer, but I was looking at buying too. Look, I got to take this break, but listen, Barry and the gang, this Saturday, 10 a.m., it's only 45 minutes, huh?
You bet.
What do people expect? I'll ask you after this what they expect. And then, Michelle, we're going to dig back to that. Listen, I do have some lines open. Anybody out there has any questions? 303-713-8255. We got our expert, Brian Burns. We're going to dig back into Michelle's and figure out why she still has a loan for $8,000. I love math. You know why I love math, John? Because it's always correct. Math is always correct. There is a reason Michelle still owes $8,000, but yet her vehicle was totaled, and it appears as if she had proper coverage through the gap insurance. There is a reason there, and we're going to get to the bottom of it.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by ColoradoExpressLanes.com.
Yeah, we're still seeing an accident on C470. They're trying to clear it. A car wound up on the ice off to the side of the highway there. This is westbound C470, just up around 285 or so. It's been jamming through that immediate area, not a real big delay. We are seeing some traffic coming out of the airport, though, from Tower on Pena, heading back to I-70. It seems to be running a little sluggish there. The rest of the freeway system's not doing too badly. It looks like I-25 pretty much at the posted speed limit. You do have US 6 west of Golden tied up between Golden and Tunnel number 3. Construction, alternating lanes both directions. I-70, the bottom of Floyd Hill, is open right now and looks pretty good. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Make your New Year's resolution to stop weaving. Starting January 1st, crossing solid lines on the Central 70, US 36, and I-25 South Gap Express lanes will result in a $75 fine. Cross the line, pay the fine. Learn more at ColoradoExpressLanes.com.
You know, 888 Heating has something going on right now that's crazy. I've been talking about Garrett and the guys for, my goodness, probably coming up on 15 years. They will come out to your house. Now, they're not going to get out there when it's 10 degrees out, but if you're a new customer, they're going to come out and tear that furnace apart. They're going to clean it. And by the way, dirt, my friends, is the number one killer of a furnace. They're going to tear it apart, get the dirt out of there. They're going to give it a no breakdown guarantee as well. They're going to spend an hour and a half, 2 hours at your house. They want to get that sticker on there. So if there is a problem in the future with your air conditioner or your furnace next year, you know who to call. They want to earn your business. $45 though. Think about that, 45. When it's cold like today, you're going to have to schedule it a few days down. But if you finally kick that furnace on and you're noticing it's not working as well as it used to, it could be dirty. This could really help you. 888heating.com. That's 888heating.com. $45. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. locally owned and operated by Brooke. 35 years she's been in the solar business. Sales, installation, service, commercial, residential, new systems, repair of old systems, you name it, these guys can do it. They also have a guaranteed activation date. You go, what's that, Mark? I'll tell you what it is. If they tell you it's going to be up and running and saving you money in 3 months, if it's not, they're going to pay the electric bill or what it generates. It's unbelievable. Nobody else does that. Check them out at redrocksrs.com, redrocksrs.com.
It's a new year, Colorado.
I have a knack for finding the dumbest ones in any particular area.
Dumbest what?
Realtors.
you and me.
You don't have to look hard.
I had two homes, full contracts. Like, we're talking, one of them was $700,000, $300,000 in 48 hours, inspections done within 1 week. I mean, you couldn't have, it was the best offer ever. I feel like Trump. It's the biggest, best offer ever. And somehow my realtor fucking lost them. And that particular one, I came in $20,000 over asking. And when it was all said and done, it was one of the favorite houses I looked at out there. When it was all said and done, John, the people that ended up getting it had by the time they were done with the inspection and everything, bought it for about 30 grand less than asking.
God. So was the seller's realtor that effed it up, or your buyer?
Mine. Well, I blame mine. I don't deal with the sellers. Actually, they both did in those terms, because you're right, they screwed up too, but they didn't screw me up.
Yeah.
They screwed up
their own customer, yeah.
We just closed a little deal down there. It was, I told you, it was
The condo.
Everybody was hanging up on everybody towards the end of it. It was the most ridiculous thing in the world. And I finally met the seller, and we were like, he's like, why didn't you call me about this or that or the other? We got along great. We've talked like 10 times since then, and it's just,
It was the realtors that threw the monkeys.
Absolutely these dumbass realtors, and they're just so damn stupid. They don't.
Got that right.
They don't understand that. They don't understand what their role is. They don't understand that the title company works for them. It's not the title company's responsibility to do stuff. It's the broker. Everybody works for them, and just to complete.
John, it's a simple word of fiduciary, and to them, that's an encyclopedia that they don't even look at. Nobody ever tells them that from the start.
Our realtor didn't even read the goddamn stuff.
I like the memes about January, like it feels like a 3-month month.
Yes.
You know?
Most of them.
It does feel like forever.
No, not really.
Troubleshooter Show, what is yours?
You know?
Oh, darling. Okay, hang on. We're going right to you.
They don't know them. Nobody tells them that. The brokers just take them in.
fee that was supposed to be paid by the seller that I ended up having to pay.
Awful.
So, well, I've never heard of that. That's exactly the problem. You've been doing this 20 years, you've never heard of this? How many hundreds of docs transfer in an oceanfront community in the 20 years that you've been here? How many? Thousands and thousands. And you've never heard of that?
I had to fight the industry. You know, I made buyer brokering happen. So that's who I don't do anything with it. That's ancient history to me. I had to handle and fight the entire industry everywhere because I was the bad dude, the bull in their china closet saying you got to shape up and give the buyer representation. It took 14 to 18 years. I dealt with all the idiots in all states. Have them. 80% of them shouldn't be licensed.
Well, and see, there's your answer. You can say, oh, the buyers need representation. Well, no, they don't. If the people that are purporting to represent them don't have the base level of competency.
But in the
that cold kicked me in the nuts.
Both
it doesn't show. It doesn't show. We totally recovered.
Well, I think it's more of a.
Was inventing real fast.
Well, my throat for sure, but I don't know.
been around for a long time.
I feel so much better today, though, dude.
I can tell you right now.
It's over now. You just need to. That's it.
No, it'll be tomorrow. I should be fine.
I
with it.
really don't know.
Catch up on the rest.
And then the sellers.
And then traveling on the plane in the airport yesterday, it just all sucks.
That kicks your ass anyway.
It's a separate negotiable transaction.
So Reagan, we landed in
Same as it
Reagan.
ever was. You know,
It's
but
tiny,
they're not
man.
providing me any.
Yeah, in those
commission.
days they weren't like
So
DIA.
why not just go
It's
to the
so- oh
old
my God,
standard
it
of
could fit into
look, when
one
you have a
little
buyer
section
and
of
a
DIA.
broker, it's the same.
I was
negotiation
shocked how small
transaction.
Reagan is.
Simple
I bet
enough.
Dulles is
Nobody's
bigger
representing
because it's right
anybody.
near
We're all
there.
big boys and girls. I don't need you to represent me. If you
Most people
do,
do.
if you no, they don't.
They need an advocate
But then-
negotiator.
I'd
Who's
never.
gonna negotiate?
Not my realtor.
Well, no, but the biggest job we do is negotiation.
Not mine.
No, I
Mine
get
were
that.
utterly incapable.
I wonder if that guy was trying to
Right,
get
right.
that car
Right.
sold.
We were getting people.
No, I think he was trying to figure out if he can get a title to it.
Yeah,
That made the
He
industry
wanted to see if he can get ownership.
630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. We got some lines open. We got 2 hours to go here in a minute. When we come back, we're going to figure out this gap once and for all. So, Michelle, I want you to understand that. We're going to have our insurance expert on. We have everything we need to piece this together. And honestly, I just don't know if the math is correct or not, meaning did they undervalue the car? But we're going to find out. I mean, John, give a little insight to it. Give the most ridiculous out you think that gap policy has.
Yeah, well, let me ask you one question before I do that. Did your nephew get charged with anything in this accident?
Yes, he did.
What did he get charged with?
Failure to drive without a drive permit, and then because he's only 16, and then failure to stop. Let me look at his ticket. I got the ticket right here.
It wasn't drunk, was he?
No, he wasn't drunk at all. Nothing like that at all.
So did he have a license or no?
No, he did not have a permit.
So no license, no permit, and then failure to stop at a red light or something?
No, okay, so this is what they got him with that accident.
That's all right, Michelle. Did he live with you?
Yes, he does live with me.
Did he ever drive that car before?
He has drove the car with my daughter. But my daughter's a licensed driver.
Okay, hold on. 303-713-8255. Hey, Brian, we can call you back if you want. It's 100% up to you. But I promise, Brian, we'll call you right up. I'm sure Suzanne's filled you in. The Gap Insurance denied the entire claim. We sent you a copy of it.
More than just really the investments.
Resulting from any illegal, willful, reckless, negligent, or wanton act committed by you. You think getting in an accident would cause a negligent act?
That's everything there is.
Every at-fault accident.
No, but then what is covered?
That's the whole point.
If someone else hits them,
if you're not at fault. I'm just saying, this thing is worded in a way that it says a total loss that results from a DUI or any intentional act, forgery, or any criminal or illegal, intentional, willful, reckless, negligent, or wanton act.
Hey, is Dragon in there?
No, he just left.
It's broad.
I want you, so when Dragon gets back in, if he's got time, I want you to read just the exclusions.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. How many are there? 20? Whatever it is.
No, just that sentence, really.
No, you said DUI. You read a lot.
Yeah,
before.
DUI, intentional act, forgery, criminal, illegal, intentional, willful, reckless, negligent, or wanton.
Perfect. I'm going to have you read that. I want you to read it at, you don't have to go a fast speed, but a good pace.
Okay.
And then I'm going to see if he can't speed it up for me. And then he can drop that. You'll see what I'm going to do with it, but I love it.
When do you want me to do that?
When he gets back, because he's got to hit the record button.
Okay.
But it's absurd because really, unless...
I would make the argument that unless you're completely not at fault, GAP can get out of coverage.
On that.
Well, in that one it can. I mean, really, would it include running a stop sign?
Yeah, it's illegal.
Yeah. You ran a stop sign, you hit a tree,
It's
too
illegal
bad.
and negligent.
Well, and he didn't have a
Well,
license.
everything's negligent at that point.
That's what it says.
That's what it says. But that's why it's 150. I was suspicious of the 150%.
Yeah.
You know, where others are a flat fee, they probably have fewer restrictions.
Maybe
How much did she spend on it?
$530.
Total waste of money. Well, no, that's not true. Unless someone hit you.
Yeah.
And it wasn't too expensive.
I mean, and they could even make the argument that she was negligent,
Yeah,
letting an
letting him
unlicensed
drive.
driver
Oh, I think-
drive. You know, there's all sorts of problems here that if I were the Gap company, I would be hanging my hat on.
Yeah.
You were negligent letting
Letting
him
him
operate
drive.
the vehicle. He was negligent by failing to stay in the right of way and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, yeah.
And not having a license
Yeah.
and not being a permissive driver. I mean,
Everything.
She's her own worst enemy when she gets on a radio and tells everybody he had no permission.
Yeah, but no one
You
knows
know?
who she is.
I know, but she didn't.
I know, but you know what I'm saying.
I agree.
But that's the same thing she'll
No.
tell the Gap unit. Like, I
Exactly.
didn't give him permission. He
she
wasn't
hasn't
supposed to be
done it.
driving. And they're like,
No.
tell me more about
Tell
it.
me, oh yeah.
The first thing I started thinking is, why was he driving with her daughter or whoever she said? Because she said he didn't have a permit. I mean, he shouldn't have been driving then.
He needed to go somewhere.
I couldn't figure out though if the daughter was driving or he was driving when she said that. I don't know. But you're right. She's not on the winning side of that.
No, but that's the shitty thing about Gap
Exactly.
Insurance is
Exactly.
you just get screwed in the details.
Yep.
It's like an after.
And nobody ever reads.
It's like a service.
The
plan.
devil's in the details.
Yeah. Tell me when he's back in.
I'm going to tell you when he's back in.
Just
Could be
explain
5.
to him I want John to read like 10 things and then him cut it out and see if he can play it back sped up. Like at the end of those commercials.
Yeah, if we have time, maybe when he gets back.
Yeah, and if you look at just service plans, they're the same way.
Absolutely. They're not designed to provide coverage. They're designed to how many ways can we get out of having to pay?
Do you guys see that starting soon, though, if you have something like Netflix, well, any reoccurring billing cycle, you have to make it as easy to cancel as it was to sign up.
Yeah. I think that rule's been in for at least a year or so.
I don't think so, because I had to cancel Sirius XM, and that shit wasn't easy.
It's tougher than that.
That shit was crazy.
Yeah, it's called like one click to cancel or something like that. There's some kind of a term.
They literally say
I don't know if there's enough time
It's
now.
gotta be easy.
Mark,
Yeah.
Dragon's back.
Hey, Dragon, can you record
Join
John
in.
saying these 10 exclusions to this policy? I know you can do that and cut it out, but then can you speed it up so it sounds like the end of a pharmacy commercial?
That'd be awesome.
All the things.
Total loss resulting from DWI, DUI, or any intentional act, forgery, or any criminal or illegal, intentional, willful, reckless, negligent, or wanton act committed by you or any authorized driver.
Dang, John.
Got it.
You're a freaking professional, man. That's awesome.
Now, if you can take all his
We're
breaths
not
out,
even going to need to speed it up.
throw some of that broadcaster secret sauce on there.
I got you.
No, you don't need to speed that up.
Yeah, no, not that.
But you can drop it when I trigger it.
Hey, sorry about that. Hang on.
You could read that whole thing. Loss resulting from war, whether or not declared invasion, civil war, insurrection, rebellion,
Oh, wait, is that
revolution.
stuff in there?
Yeah.
Oh, we should have done that too. Can you add some real quick?
1 minute.
Loss resulting from war, whether or not declared invasion, civil war, insurrection, rebellion, revolution, civil commotion, disturbance, riot, or action taken by any governmental authority in dealing with such.
So, the question just simply becomes, what is covered?
Yeah, I know.
Nothing.
By any thief.
I'll sum that up.
Brian,
Nothing.
By any thief, other driver, anything.
Is Brian going to be on? Brian?
Total loss caused by the following: wear and tear, gradual deterioration, obsolescence, rust, corrosion, latent defect, inherent defect, freezing, overheating, freezing and overheating, any repairing, restoration,
so if it
or
overheats,
remodeling.
you don't have coverage.
If it freezes, you don't have coverage. What else is going? If it stays the right temperature, you don't have coverage.
Do you have tires?
Structural, mechanical, or electrical breakdown. Well, what the hell else is there? Or failure unless fire or other accident ensues, and then only for physical loss or damage caused by such ensuing fire or accident. You ever read off a teleprompter?
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take your complaints. 303-713-8255. We've got a great show going on here. If you have any questions or have any problems, maybe a bad contractor you want to expose, or maybe somebody we can help you try to recoup some money, maybe a bad landlord, you get the idea. That is what this show's about. Over 45 years, Tommy Boy's been doing this. In fact, the longest running show with the same host in the country. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive deal. Yeah, I mean, what else do you say about that? Hey, we've been digging in, and I've got an expert at Brian Burns, by the way, in studio with me, Deputy Dimitri, and then Barry Miller. He's with Vestera Turnkey. And if you have any questions on buying property, being a landlord, it's a great time to call, honestly. He knows everything about that. And then John Fuller assisting me to my left here, attorney at law, friend of the show, friend of ours, and he's a personal injury attorney. So Michelle called in, and interesting enough, her nephew, was it her nephew? Hey, Michelle's your nephew, right?
Yes.
He borrowed her car. He lives with her. And borrowed her car. He's only 16. And I'm saying this recap for listeners and Brian Burns. And he borrowed the car, took it, and he wrecked it. And he wrecked the car. And on top of that, State Farm paid out $10,000 for the car. So her finance company got a check for $10,000, but she still owes $8,000. So there's a lot of different pieces going on here. Brian, I'll bring you in a second, but some of the other pieces going in, out of that sell order, John, she bought that car for $30,000, and then she spent $4,000 on a service plan.
Right.
And then she spent $500 and something on the GAP plan.
Correct.
And then you had tax and you had other stuff like that.
Right.
Her GAP insurance, Brian, if I had all the exclusions, we might be here till Friday. But Dragon, I want you to play some of them that John read directly from her policy.
Total loss resulting from DWI, DUI, or any intentional act, forgery, or any criminal or illegal, intentional, willful, reckless, negligent, or wanton act committed by you or any authorized driver. Loss resulting from war, whether or not declared invasion, civil war, insurrection, rebellion, revolution, civil commotion, disturbance, riot, or action taken by any governmental authority in dealing with such.
Now, after John put that together for me during the break, he found, another 20 things they don't cover? I mean,
those were just the important ones.
Yeah, we just listened. The one, of course, because of Trump insurrection. So I guess if you were a January 6th,
could happen.
Yeah, it could happen. Now, I don't understand the Civil War one. I guess if we break out in the Civil War again, then no coverage.
Well, you really have to distinguish between invasion, civil war, insurrection, rebellion, revolution, and civil commotion. I mean, those are all slightly different.
And I can tell you this. If you're calling up trying to get your car covered by GAP during any of those things.
You're having a debate about whether it was revolution or civil commotion, you know?
I don't even know how they do these. But the first ones, let's go right to the fact that I'm going to ask Brian Burns some questions. But really, the first one is if you do anything wrong. I mean, basically it alludes to if you run a stop sign, you have no coverage.
Well, I mean, listen, here's the deal about GAP insurance. They write this stuff with the hope that should anything happen, they never have to pay. I mean, they didn't set out to put this policy in effect so that they can pay out anytime.
They set out to make money.
Yeah. And so they've tried to exclude. Now, let's just be honest about what we're dealing with. We had an unlicensed driver that wasn't supposed to be out there that committed criminal, quote unquote, acts that he was charged with by causing this accident. And so in that first line where you talk about, that he committed illegal acts, he committed negligence. They've got the grounds to deny this lady the coverage that she bought and paid for.
On multiple reasons.
Unless she was completely not at fault for the accident, okay? And when I say unless she, I mean she or any authorized driver, which this kid was.
Yeah.
Okay? Unless she's completely without fault, I read this contract to mean that they have no liability.
Well, let's go to this. When you talk about permissible, she's saying he didn't have permission, but we asked her, has he driven the car before? And Michelle, you're there. You said, yes, he has. So explain to people, John, why, even if he borrowed it later,
right,
that it would be, there was permission.
So we deal with this sometimes where, we get into whether or not somebody is a permissive driver. And if they're a permissive driver, then the coverage of the owner is going to apply to the permissive driver. In some states, it's not like that, and they go to their own insurance first. But in Colorado, we default to the owner's insurance. And so the rule in Colorado is basically if you've ever been a permissive driver, you're always a permissive driver.
But in this case, the kid, I just really want to go down this. I mean, he broke every other rule too.
Every rule.
But just on this one, if he never drove the car with a license, he drove it with who? Your daughter or somebody, Michelle?
Yes, she drove it with my daughter. She is a driver's license. She does have a driver's license. And I also wanted to say that that day he took my car, I was in the shower. I didn't even know he took it.
I understand. You had no. To you, he might as well have stole the car.
But let's just say that the roles were reversed.
Yeah.
And he wasn't at fault for the accident.
Yeah.
Then you would say, so what if he doesn't have a license? The other person was at fault. They should be responsible for paying it. And we're not going to let him get out by saying he didn't have a license. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's good for the goose. It's good for the gander. I'm okay with the fact that he's a permissive driver. My whole point is, under this contract, I think they can look at 2 or 3 of these provisions and say this gives us the legal out
Doesn't
to
it
not
say
have
if
to
you
pay.
break the law?
Yeah, if you're negligent. Well, hell, that's the definition of being at fault for any accident.
You rear end someone, run a stop sign. If you're negligent, think about that. So basically what it comes down to, and I want you to keep holding on, Michelle, hold on. Now I want to bring up Brian Burns. Brian, real quick, I want you to listen to this. I know you heard it, but I got to play it again. Dragon, would you hit that again?
Total loss resulting from DWI, DUI, or any intentional act, forgery, or any criminal or illegal, intentional, willful, reckless, negligent, or wanton act committed by you or any authorized driver. Loss resulting from war, whether or not declared invasion, civil war, insurrection, rebellion, revolution, civil commotion, disturbance, riot, or action taken by any governmental authority in dealing with such.
So, Brian, a simple question. And by the way, he found another paragraph of things like that we didn't have time to get on there. I mean, is gap insurance just 100% a joke, or is there some companies that actually sell you gap insurance where this particular thing would be covered, or are all of them only covering, like this one it appears to do, is if you get hit by somebody else and you have no negligence at all? It literally says if you're negligent, they have an out.
Yeah, Suzanne sent me over the actual contract, so I read that. First off, I'm shocked that it's great radio if John just wants to read every single exclusion on there. It'd be really interesting to hear.
Well, I'm going to have them start doing voiceovers for our investment companies.
No, I will tell you, I obviously, all the insurance companies offer some sort of loan or lease gap. I pulled one up just at random to look. There's not even close to the number of exclusions listed. I've never seen one where it has an exclusion for basically if you're at fault in an accident, they're not going to cover it.
That's exactly what it is.
Exactly.
I've never seen that. I will tell you on the flip side, just to be fair,
Well, hold on, Brian. I want John to tell you something too. Go to the Rustin stuff. Wasn't that on there?
Oh, well, I mean, that's
no, they started talking about the...
So, total loss caused by the following: wear and tear, gradual deterioration, obsolescence, rust, corrosion, latent defects, inherent failures, freezing, overheating,
look at
nuclear,
that.
I mean, everything.
What is an inherent failure?
That's anything.
Yeah.
Chevrolet.
Well, I'll tell you that a loan or lease gap is going to follow the language of an auto policy, and auto policies are going to exclude wear and tear in general. You're not going to see any auto policy cover you for that kind of damage, or mechanical, or anything like that. So the loan or lease gap coverage would follow suit.
Yeah, but the only reason only reason gap is there is to help you pay the loan off.
It's really just for accidents. Nobody cares about all that other war and commotion.
No one
and stuff.
cares.
We're just talking accidents, but I've never personally seen one that excludes an accident that you were at fault for.
I don't have it either.
So you don't, the ones you sell, basically, if you run into a rock and it gets totaled, you're going to get your gap insurance.
Of course. Now, but what I was trying to go with being fair, this policy, as far as I could read, would actually cover the carryover that she had on the loan, and most loan or lease gaps will not do that.
Yeah, but it doesn't cover anything, basically.
It covers up to 150% of the basically the MSRP at the time of the sale, which is great, but and it doesn't even have a sliding scale, which is great. But if they don't cover it because of your negligence, then who cares about the...
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And they never, and for people listening out there, they never, ever cover the mop and glow. You buy a $4,000 service policy like she did. You buy, $200 windshield and $500 key and undercoating and all that other crap. None of that's covered. Zero of it.
Right.
It's crazy, Brian. I've just never seen one that there's no coverage. So, Michelle, I'm hoping you understand where you sit. You have no coverage.
Yeah.
It sucks, doesn't it?
It really does, because the whole time I thought I got full coverage insurance. I had the gap. They made it sound like gaps, like for sure, like something you actually get, and for nothing, pretty much, I guess.
Mark, it sucks because she went through all the steps to cover her ass and cover herself.
I know.
And she's totally screwed.
They
What a
flim-flammed
bummer.
her. And Michelle, I'm going to give you some advice, and it's real-world advice. You now owe $8,000 on a vehicle you don't have, and you have zero money to go towards a vehicle, right?
Right.
There's going to be places out there that are going to turn that into negative equity. They're going to sell you a car for $10,000 more than what that car's worth, okay? Because you really have no money. So you're going to walk into something very high interest rate, very high, overpriced. And the reason I know it's going to happen, because I saw what you paid for this one. I mean, you're prime for picking. You got to you got to get, I don't know. I mean, you probably just need help negotiating on the vehicle. Do you have actual money you can put down on a vehicle now?
Yes, I do. I mean, I've gotten another one.
Oh, good. What did you end up getting?
I got a Dodge Durango 2025. I have a special needs daughter, so they needed a vehicle, so I got that vehicle. And it's fine for now. I'm just upset about the whole insurance.
No, it sucks, man. That dealership, in my opinion, did you wrong. Did you wrong big time, because I've been in those rooms. We've all been in those closing rooms. It's like Thunderdome. I mean, really, you show up, you go in there, and they're like, here, sign here. Oh, and you need this. I mean, by the time you're saying they just wear you down. At some point, they want to sell you something, or else the closer isn't making his money, and he's not going to have a job. The whole thing is set up to be a pressure machine, 100% a pressure machine, and that's what happens. They lie to you. Now you should have read that policy and saw that you would have no coverage for everything we read plus a lot more, but you didn't. So that's what they can hang their hat on. But I realized the guy or the gal on the other side of the desk was like, oh, you definitely need that. If you don't have gap coverage and anything ever happens, it could ruin your life and blah, blah, blah. Dimitri.
Hey, Mark, I looked up the retail value of this car on cars.com with the updated mileage of 110,000 miles. and it's still about $15,000.
Okay, I want to
Don't you
do one
think
more
Michelle
thing. Then.
should try to get some more money from her primary insurance company.
So Brian, that goes back to Brian. So because that's her insurance company, they paid the loan off to the tune of roughly $10,000. She still has $8,000. Can she go back and ask for more?
Yeah, so that's where, I'm sorry, Dimitri, I was thinking the exact same thing as him. Aside from the terrible gap policy, which I agree with you, I'm not thinking the $10,000 was a fair settlement.
Yeah, it was actually like 12, just to be fair. But 12.6, I think, was the total on that.
Let's do Suzanne. Hold on, Brian. Let me take this. Can you still hang a second?
Sure.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get everybody on hold here. I would like to get a real value of that vehicle. And no offense there, but I've got a guy that's all he does for a living.
Right.
And I want to see if for $500, because that's what they charge at Petty Details, if they would go into the appraisal clause, or if it's not even worth it.
Right.
I mean, I just don't
even
know.
if you pick up a couple grand, it's still huge for her. So
It's total BS, though, that they sold her that gap policy. Out of that $500, I bet you, hey, Brian, real quick, I mean, I'm going to get killed by Dragon, but listen, when they sell a policy like that, I think it cost her, what was it, John, $5.25?
It was $530 at 13.2% interest.
Yeah, that's true. But let's just take the price of the policy. I mean, really, Brian, how much do they make off that? What do you think the dealership makes?
At least half.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with that. So
I would think
about
more.
half of that would be well. I'm just saying, even the guy that the finance person is making money off of that. It's those extras at the end, in my opinion, are a terrible value.
Oh my God, you're paying, like John just said, you're paying 14% interest or whatever the interest rate's on every bit of it.
Yep.
And honestly, when they have like 0% interest, like through Chevy or Hyundai, you still pay interest on that stuff if you roll it in.
Right.
But anyhow, hold on, Brian. Hold on. This is an important conversation for people. And then Tarzan. Now, wait a minute. Suzanne, is that really someone's name?
I'm sure I heard him right. My ears are a little funny.
Recourse for Title Company. We've got a great, we'll be able to help them. We've got a great attorney.
And then, Mark, guess what?
What?
That scam guy, James.
From this morning. Just
call her back.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Did something happen then?
He called the caller back after we hung up.
Oh, that's going to be
so
juicy.
Jim's back on.
That's going to be juicy.
Yeah.
We'll recap. So the problem was, once in Colorado Springs, it wasn't us, but this lady, it was all over the news. They called in, but they swatted him.
Oh.
They used his number, his home number that they called and tried to scam him on.
Okay, so you want to hang on for that? I know you've been holding a while. That's why I'm asking.
I mean, he went crazy on
Or you
him.
want me to tell him
And then the guy, of course, had his phone number, spoofed his number, called SWAT, and said, "Hey, my
Were we able to
wife
get you
is."
resolved?
Sheridan Auto Tech, Uncle Kevin. What I love about Uncle Kevin is pretty much everything. One of the best warranties out there, whether you need an alternator, a brake job, just an oil change, a new engine, a transmission, struts, alignment, air conditioning service, coolant flush. I think you get the idea. If it's on a car, he can fix it. Electrical problems, he's insanely great at. He bought Lakewood Electric years and years ago, and they can fix any electrical problem in any year, make, or model. Simple as that. They're great people. That warranty's 3-year, 36,000 miles nationwide. Check them out at SheridanAutotech.com. By the way, they also do pre-purchase inspections. We talk about used car and used car problems all the time. They can check it out, give you a list to go negotiate that car down, and tell you what kind of car you're buying. SheridanAutotech.com. Gravina! Man, do I like Nick and the gang at Gravina. You need new windows on your house. You call Gravina. I'm going to tell you why. These guys have 50 lines of windows. 50 lines, 20 different manufacturers. I don't care if it's a fix and flip or a $10 million home. They have anything you want. It's incredible. More than 100,000 successful projects so far. They've been around. His dad, Larry, started with his father in 1972. Nick came in the 80s. He's been there for over 25 years. It's a great heritage company. It's their last name. They're local here. Their pricing is unbelievably good. They do French doors as well, but you give them a call, 303-472-8462. If you've been looking for windows or have a bid out there from somebody else, get one from Gravina. Get one. GravinaWindows.com. Yes. I had to nuke yesterday's show because of the end of it.
Because of John.
I don't want to talk about it. Talking about the other problem.
I'll tell him I'll text him.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't know. No, you knew that. That's fine. It was at the end. We weren't. Yeah. Not a big deal. I mean, we're off. You know what I mean. Yeah. No. And because of other people, I was like...
Tell John I'll text him.
But Suzanne said he had her in stitches. Oh, no, it wasn't.
What, does he know what you're talking about?
Yeah, he definitely knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Just so I know. When is Shannon back? Next week, then? You would think 25 years with the company, don't you guys get like, is it one day a year, or how does iHeart do it, Dragon?
2 weeks up until 10 years.
Oh, wowzers.
Then 3
do you get other PTO or just vacation?
You get sick time, yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's normal sick time and whatnot.
And what is that generally?
I never use it, so I honestly don't know what it accumulates. But,
okay, got it.
Pardon me, Mark.
Yeah.
I have a couple YouTubies wondering if you took any pictures of in DC that you could send me so I can share on their chat.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
Did you get any pictures in DC at all? And I don't know if they mean of the rally, but I know you didn't go to the victory rally or anything.
Like when you shook hands with Trump?
Yeah.
Strip club or something?
Yeah, the strip club.
Yeah, I got some from the strip club.
But do you have any that I can share with them? Or?
I did not take any.
You're always such a picture
Wait a minute. I might have taken one at the White House, but I don't think I did.
God.
You guys, you got to understand, though, they had like 12-foot fences everywhere. So there was everything was obstructed no matter what, because the parade was going to be going down there. So they canceled it and they never took the fencing down.
Did you tell the YouTubies you did not make it to the Cap One Center?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. I think maybe they thought you did and were looking for pictures of that.
I would have had the pictures there.
Yeah.
I got plenty of pictures. I mean, I went to you and I went to Aurora and saw Trump. We saw Pence. Or not Pence.
Vance.
Oh, God, I almost hurt myself.
Vance. The Vance one, that's a great picture.
Okay, Michelle Obama.
Oh, God, here we go.
Wasn't it odd?
It was her birthday.
Him coming out. Well, I know you don't care, but man, I was like.
It was her birthday or not.
That was Carter's.
She should have been there.
That was Carter.
For both the funeral and the.
Should have been there, period.
For both. I don't care if it's her birthday.
Dang.
Who cares?
He seemed like he even thought it was awkward.
That's just wrong.
It is wrong.
Girl
it
wants
is
to
totally
celebrate
wrong.
her birthday.
And Trump would show up at that stuff while they were all calling him Hitler.
Jeff Bezos has a standing invitation to my birthday, though, you know?
Yeah. Good. Okay, so we were sitting there during it. We're going, oh, my God, let's like literally count the net worth of the world in this building at this point.
No doubt.
I mean, it's got to be 60% of the net worth of the entire world was in that building.
That's
I
funny.
don't know what the percentage was, but man, there were some heavy hitters.
Yeah, it'd be $1 trillion.
Yeah, easily.
10 seconds.
You look at Jeff Zuckerberg.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. We've got a couple lines open, 303-713-8255. Suzanne, I assume we could not get on petty details. He's not calling back.
My bad. I got busy.
That's
we
right.
still have Brian Burns on, though.
Yeah, try to get him on. What I want to figure out is the actual value of her car. I want to see if the insurance company paid. He'll be able to help me. Let's just see if we can get Petty on. And then, Brian, I want to thank you for coming on. And I'm glad you're gap insurance. I was going to raise a little hell with you if all the policies were like that. So I was really glad hearing that the policies you sell, this particular case might have not been covered because the kid, borrowed the car without permission and some other stuff. But generally speaking, your policies, your gap policies you guys sell would cover if you're at fault.
Of course, yeah. That is a crazy clause that I have not seen before. But
what's the worst? What's the most egregious out you have seen? Not necessarily on Gap, but like on a homeowner's. Have you seen one that you personally thought was horrible and there was nothing you could do about it, and it was a big dollar amount?
Oh, I mean, even like the one that specifically yours, whenever I've seen more than one of those where there's a flood endorsement on a policy.
Yeah, and then they don't pay
They
it.
decline it because they say it was not flood, even though it's water coming in. That's a pretty obvious one that I think is just a ridiculous argument.
Yeah, but I got it paid. I had to get Matt involved, but he got me paid.
Yep.
So listen to this, John. I had Safeco. I've got just the best insurance you can buy, and then I add the flood on it. The flood's cheap. I mean, the chances of me flooding are very little. So what happened is it was summer and hail season. It piled up on my deck, which is a cement patio, but it's off the air. And we had about 3 feet of hail up against my glass sliding door going into my house. We were out of town in our RV. We get a video from my daughter who showed up the next day. Our entire kitchen floor, all of our hardwood was damaged because it was so much water because it was melting as quick as it was coming down, ran into the house. So I was like, I called up Brian. I said there was no way I would ever thought I would have used that $250 flood rider or whatever it was.
They said it wasn't covered.
They said it wasn't a flood.
It came from the sky.
Yeah, because how they defined a flood, it could come from the sky, but it had to come in on the ground.
But there's like a distinction between groundwater and the rain or hail or whatever. I mean, that's kind of like down in, the hurricane zones. I mean, everybody has wind, homeowners, and flood. And they all point fingers at each other.
That's right.
So nobody ever just says, yep, that's our loss. It's always a fight.
So I call up Matt with Paragon. He's a public adjuster. And he comes out, and I send the policy over and then send him the video. He goes, you're covered. And I'm like, he goes, listen, I'll just get involved, get it done. So he demanded an adjuster came out. The adjuster came out and agreed to it. They took fault. And I said, well, how come we had to bring it to this level? He goes, the funny part is they know this and it happens a lot. Yeah, they might have had an out in there. If you read it, they might have had an out.
Right.
But he goes, you get an attorney involved and they know this because they already know you're the kind of guy that's going to get an attorney. They're going to lose because they're going to get in front of the jury and go, here's a guy that bought every rider they have. He had the best insurance out there and he had a flood. And he bought flood insurance. I mean, everybody's going to go for it. But isn't it crazy, Brian, it came down to that?
It is. I was going to tell you also, I know you're going to get your guy on that will have way better, knowledge on the value. I did run that VIN number because it's on the contract there.
What'd you get?
And average value is somewhere between 12 and 14 is what I see with.
And John, would they give them?
110,000.
12.6 with tax.
So they gave him the lower.
Yeah, I don't know that they did all that wrong on the value. The ultimate insult here is the lack of Gap doing what she intended for it to do when she bought it.
Transparency. There was none.
That's the real tragedy here, if you will. Her insurance did exactly what they're supposed to do. Maybe they were off by $500 or $700 or something.
Yeah.
But the reality is they weren't off by $6 or $7 grand.
I really hope this is a learning lesson for people out there. I learned something today on that gap. I don't have gap insurance on any of our vehicles, but I never assumed for a second that if I wrecked it, there was no coverage.
Well, I only know that because every time a client of mine has gap, it seems to be a fight to get coverage. And sometimes they do and sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
But it's always getting into the fine language of the contract. Every single time. It's like, all right, break out the contract. Let's get into the exclusions.
But as an attorney, Brian, just hang on a second and I'll make sure to give your number out for helping us and all that. But as a matter of a contract, look at people that buy a house. I mean, how many people read through those closing documents?
None.
It just simply doesn't happen. So I guess as an attorney, if someone threw in something just crazy, real estate's a little different, but that, threw in something at the end like, and you'll work for me for 10 years for free. And it's a car purchase. I mean, something like that. At what point is the contract just absurd? And it doesn't matter what's in there.
Right.
It's just absurd. Or do they just take the absurdity out? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Most of them.
let me throw this in. If that gap contract literally said in there, by the way, everything's excluded. The last comma was everything.
And anything else that could possibly happen to the car.
Anything you could think of, yeah.
I mean, most contracts have some clause in there that says, look, if some part of this is determined to be illegal, then the rest of them are still going to apply in full force as if the other one never existed. I don't know that this one does, but most do. But, I hate to say it because you don't have time. I understand when you're sitting there and they're throwing documents and documents and documents and sign here and sign here. You just get tired and you just sign and you need gap insurance. It's really important. You got to have it signed here.
Well, I'll tell you the other thing. You don't buy one damn thing of it, and I guarantee you go home and talk to someone and want to buy all that stuff after the fact, they're going to let you buy it.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to tell you right there, oh, no, you got to buy it now. There is no way you can't go find good gap coverage. You can't go find a service plan.
But the problem is most of the people that most need that coverage have to finance every bit of it in.
Yeah, I know.
And so that's the people that are the most subject to being victimized are the people that need it the most.
And that's who they're targeting.
Yes.
All right. Hey, by the way, everybody out there, Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. Listen, I have used Brian and the gang at Compass. Tom has. We all have for so long. It's crazy. They'll shop every year for you. If you're with Progressive this year, they'll check all the other companies to make sure that's right for you. Young drivers, you have a 16-year-old getting ready to get their license, call Compass. They have got people that specialize in that. You own a business, a shop like I did. You have employees. You have workman's comp. These guys have it all. Compass Insurance, 303-996-9000. Tarzan and Jim. I can't wait to hear from Jim. We had Jim Scammer on the phone with us this morning. He was on and said Jim was trying to screw him. Of course, we know it wasn't Jim. It was James, the scammer. But after we hung up on the guy, or after he hung up on us, James called Jim back. I wonder if he threatened him. And I'm going to tell you guys about something that happened in Colorado Springs to a couple that went off on a scammer. Did you get some, last time you were in with me, it wasn't that long ago, was it, a month or so? Did you get some decent reaction?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the webinar's smart. You just drive them to a video.
How many clients do you have under your program?
Oh, God. We're into the low hundreds, 1 to 200, but I'm just ramping up. I went full-time just really 3 months ago, October and November, and it's just going like this. I'm looking to hire a couple people and interviewing and all that. But now I'm set because I retired from real estate, et cetera. The thing. I like Frank Duran. He's a buddy of mine. Let Frank take over the business, because he is.
Vestera Properties. In fact, it's funny, Barry's in studio with us today. Here's the bottom line. This weekend, you want to learn about becoming a property owner, an investment around the country. You can buy 1 house, 2 houses, 3 houses, whatever you want to do. He's going to have an entire webinar on Vestera Turnkey this Saturday, 10 a.m., and it's only like 30, 45 minutes. And here's the deal. You go to mybigestreturn.com and you register. They'll send you a link. You can ask questions, all kinds of stuff. But if you've been listening to us advertise it, which we've done for a long time, you can go there and see what it's really about. But he has clients that have invested $200,000-300,000 over the years, have over $1 million easy. mybigestreturn.com. Go register right now. mybigestreturn.com.
Yeah, it's working. We're kicking butt now.
You got updates, bro?
I just spoke with a guy about the electrical panel.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't have any great updates. I just got.
Who'd you talk to on the electrical? Just the caller?
The caller, yeah. And I see the discrepancy between.
What's the discrepancy?
Well, Copper Connection wants to charge him $8,900. He wants to pay $4,000.
Well, yeah.
So he obviously owes something.
It's like, what's the real value of what was done?
Yeah, that's and I see why. He has 2 estimates for about $5,500.
Who are they from? Just
two comps that he got after the fact.
Yeah, but I mean, how do we know they're legit? We don't. I mean, could he just be telling you that? Or does he actually have something written up by Plumline or something?
Oh, I can ask him to email it to me if you think that'll be helpful.
Well, I don't know.
I just want to talk to Copper Connection first, I want to see what they, because we're getting just a part of the story most of the time.
Yes.
Are we going to work on orders after the show?
Yeah, we have to. We got to get them in.
Are we going to go home and do that, or you want to do that over a beer, or what?
No, home and do it for sure.
Okay.
I don't know if I want a beer.
Okay.
If you can believe it.
Yeah.
I had 1 sip of a Corona yesterday, just at the airport. They delayed our flight a little.
You were like, blah.
That airport, you remember how small it is?
I think I've only flown into Dulles.
Reagan in D.C. Actually, is it in D.C. or Virginia? I don't know, or Maryland or whatever the hell's there. They're all right there.
I think that was D.C.
Man, did I love watching Biden fly away in the sunset. And then how about him, Dragon, didn't you love it when he's sitting there talking about the past administration and they're 2 feet behind him?
That's good stuff.
Let me tell you, that speech was identical to what I heard in Aurora. Well, not identical, but the exact same theme across it.
Right, yeah.
And I don't think people thought he'd be, what is there, 800 people already evicted from the United States? And he changed the damn name of the Gulf of Mexico, which I absolutely love. That just pisses people off.
Oh, the Gulf of America.
It doesn't piss me off, but I mean, it pisses. He's just like, I'm going to do it.
There's great memes out there about it as well.
He did it. So all government maps, everything. He did it. He signed an executive order for it.
What are they saying? I don't know if he.
And then birthright.
Mark.
His chances of turning birthright are nothing, but I just love the fact he does an executive order.
Is it? Didn't he want to rename? Do I have it right? The Panama Canal or something? Or is that just a joke? No,
he wants to take it back.
Buy it.
There's some meme out there about what it would be renamed, or I forget. It's funny.
I didn't realize they charged our Navy to go through that. Absolutely. Something that thing, it needs to be renegotiated at best. I think we protect them, don't we?
Panama?
Yeah, well, we must, of course.
We went through a tour of that last year. And
would you fly in, or you were on a ship or something?
No, we were going through Panama City on the way to a fishing destination.
Wow, that's cool. Is it a shithole or really nice? Medium.
City?
Yeah.
Panama City has some really nice areas, but it has some just absolutely horrendous areas.
I got
as
it.
well.
It's one way or the other.
And they're like that far apart from each other.
Hey, Mark. Be sure, Mark, can you hear me?
Douglas County and
John, will you ask him if he can hear me?
Suzanne's calling you.
yeah.
Manage your house spots.
Oh yeah. I've been
10
doing
seconds.
Third non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Auto accident? Find out what your case is worth. Call Fuller.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
888heating.com. That's the name of the company, Cindy. Cindy wanted to know who does a $45 cleaning. And yes, I'll tell you right now, it's one of the best cleanings out there. They tear it apart. They get rid of the dirt. You get the idea. They don't come out there and go, hey, do you want to buy something? No. The whole cause is to show you how great the company is. So for $45, new customers only, come out, clean your furnace, get rid of the dirt, the number one killer of a furnace, and slap a no breakdown guarantee on there. And that's it. It's simple as that. Go to 888heating.com, Cindy, and that's that. Now, 303-713-8255. Man, we got a ton freaking going on. I guess I would like to know, Tarzan, what the heck are you referring to with the title company error?
Hey, Mark, long-time caller, first-time listener. Unlike 90% of your callers, I'll get straight to the point. I sold a house just last week, okay, and it closed on Friday. I get an email from the title company, and it says, your house is closed, but because we're after business hours, we cannot transfer funds to your bank until Tuesday because Monday was an MLK holiday.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So the buyer, they give her the keys, okay, and she doesn't go in right away on Friday, but goes in on Saturday. And because of the cold snap that we've had, the furnace went out and the pipes froze.
Okay.
And then, so she panics. So now I'm just thinking, I feel bad for her, but from a legal standpoint, in my head, we're closed. I mean, this could have happened a week from now.
I don't think it. I don't know why. I don't know why you think that. And then I'm going to let John chime in here. But I don't know if it matters where was the money? Was the title company holding it?
Who cares where the money is? The warranty deed's been signed. The deal is closed. It's a done deal.
It's over.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But she ended up getting paid, right? Or you ended up getting paid?
This guy was a seller.
And so they came back to me on Tuesday and said, we're missing an addendum of the $500 earnest money. I told her, don't worry about it. You know, you don't have to pay it. So that was an addendum to the contract. And so they came back on Tuesday and said, hey, that contract wasn't valid because we never got that addendum.
Yeah, but what's the title company saying? Forget about them.
Okay, well, so they said that we closed on Friday at 4:30 p.m. and I would have the funds transferred to my bank account on Tuesday.
And here we are Thursday, and you still don't have them?
And then they emailed me back and said, hey, that contract doesn't work because we didn't get that addendum in time. And to me, it's like, well, how did you not get it?
Who sent that email? The title company?
Yeah, who?
The title company. And then so...
Who was the title company, Tarzan?
So this is in western Nebraska, about 3 hours north of here. It's called Koonsman Title Company.
I have heard of some... Listen, John, I know where you're coming from on it, and I'm going to remind you real quick of something. I had a friend this happened to. Kind of. It's a lot different, but it had to do with that attorney that got in big trouble here you happen to know.
You weren't happening to carry the paper on that deal, were you?
Oh, good call.
This wasn't like an installment land contract or an owner finance thing, was it?
Tarzan?
No. This was all... She had her finances from the bank ready to go. And then I just got an email on Tuesday that says, hey, the buyer's panicking now.
We get
pulling
it.
out out of the contract.
I don't think you can pull out of the contract. It's closed. The warranty deed has been signed. The loan funded. Even if there was a defect in the contract, I can't imagine that would unravel the deal right now. Any defect in that contract would be.
Yeah, but you might have to bring an action. I mean, it sounds like they're simply not paying them.
Well, I think that somebody needs to start talking to their O&E insurance.
Let's see what Brad O'Brien's got to say. Barry, you've purchased how many homes? A million?
Yeah, hundreds.
Has anything like this happened? I mean, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, it happens once in a while. Well, my second thought is, where the heck are the real estate agents involved in here to be solving a problem that they apparently caused because some $500 item didn't get addended in time to the title company?
However, for earnest money.
However, so that's go ahead, Tarzan. Are the agents helping you?
Neither the buyer nor seller had real estate agents.
So it was just a title company. Well, that's not a smart thing.
Well, that takes me to the first issue: is the title company.
Right.
So what are they saying today?
Are they simply telling you for real it's just not a valid contract?
Here, I'll read you the email I got yesterday. It's real short.
No, do me a favor. Forward it to us right now. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to put you on hold. I'm behind. Forward it to help. Suzanne will tell you where. Actually, yeah, tell them where, Suzanne. I want to see that. That's absolutely crazy. Hold on, Barry. You can say it after this.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
North of Denver and through Welby County, I-25 southbound closed between the exit for Meade and Colorado 66 due to an accident. This one's been around for more than an hour. Delays are pretty heavy, so do watch out for detours. Into the metro area, calming down before we hit that 1 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound, easy driving to the DIA area. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
You know, discountbath.com, not only do they do exactly what the name says, they remodel your bathroom at a discount price. You know, you can take a video around your bathroom. Let's say it's your master bathroom or any bathroom. It doesn't matter. You go around the bathroom, you show the shower, the tub, the sinks, whatever there is. And maybe you have your own ideas. Maybe you want to knock something down and put a closet there where the tub was because you don't use the tub anymore. But you take a little video, you send it over to them. They're going to have a few questions, and they can give you a price right over the phone. A price right over the phone. Then if you want to go a little forward with them, they'll send somebody out to your house and go over different things. That's when you'll start talking about countertops and other options. How big do you want the shower? Do you want a steam shower? Do you want a basic shower? Is this just a fix and flip or a remodel? These guys do all the above at a discount price. Check them out at discountbath.com. That's discountbath.com. Now, 888heating.com. Once again, $45. Get that get that furnace cleaned. They're going to tear it apart. They're going to get the dirt out of it. They're going to make it like new, and all for $45. First time callers only. And if you call them on a super cold day like today, there's no way they can do it today, but they'll set it up for next week. And if you have any other issues going on, maybe your furnace broke down, 888heating.com. I've known Garrett, I think, coming up on 15 years. It's a great ran company. He's got great employees, good people, good prices, 888heating.com. Now, Bradley, we're going to try to get him on and get his opinion on what we were talking about on the show. But Bradley Bryan, if it's got to do with real estate, I sure wish Tarzan called, but he can look at all these contract reviews. He can help you with those buying and selling documents, loan docs, leases, something complicated, something basic. At least you might think it's basic, could be complicated. Property line disputes, fence issues, easements, adverse possession, liens, title and survey reviews, clearing title. You get the idea. If it's got to do with real estate, residential or commercial, OLSlaw.com. That's OLSlaw.com.
If addiction, trauma, depression, or anxiety are affecting your life and family, the Raleigh House is here for you. The dedicated team of professionals at the Raleigh House provides a premium level of care for substance use and mental health disorders. We believe recovery is possible. The Raleigh House can help. Call 720-797-8717 to get the help you need. That's the Raleigh House, 720-797-8717.
Selling your home has never been more competitive. Put Frank Duran, the real estate man, to work for you.
I will share with you how we give your home a true winning edge over your competition.
Call Frank Duran for a free market analysis of your home and more.
You will also discover exactly how I consistently net my clients more money than the market average. There's a good reason why my team and I are trusted by so many people.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
Just call 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803. Don't wait. Call now. 800-506-5803. 800-506-5803.
Lee Wood, co-founder of Woods High Mountain Distillery in Salida, Colorado. Secure Savings Program. We really saw it as a great opportunity to be able to begin to save for retirement.
My name's Chrissy Stromat. I'm the general manager of the Blue Bonnet Restaurant. So this is a program where it doesn't cost us anything to get in. It doesn't cost us every year.
Businesses across Colorado are opting to provide a savings plan for their employees. Join them by signing up at www.coloradosecuresavings.com. This message is sponsored by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
Have you made your favorite station a preset on our new and improved iHeartRadio app?
Wait, what?
What about your favorite podcast? You could do that?
Yeah, you really can.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love. Plus the new trending section and the lyrics to all your favorite songs.
Love the new look of the iHeartRadio app, guys.
It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
All right, listen, we've got a lot coming up next hour. 303 Martino, 2 lines open, and man, we're going to have an update for you.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-375-1158. That's 800-375-1158. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now. 800-375-1158. 800-375-1158.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The first hearing over President Trump's directive to end birthright citizenship, ending with the judge in Seattle ruling to block it, saying it's unconstitutional.
It's separate from a larger group of states also suing in Massachusetts. The Trump administration is defending the executive order, saying a temporary restraining order against it is not needed since it doesn't take effect until later next month, and babies impacted have not yet been born. And the administration is arguing that certain wording in the Constitution gives a president some wiggle room in the 14th Amendment. Alex Stone, ABC News.
President Trump virtually addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, telling top global leaders that the U.S. is open for business, but also warned that the U.S. will impose steep tariffs on countries who choose not to do business in the U.S. The president also signaled he would like to hold a meeting with Russia's President Putin soon to start talks to end the war in Ukraine, and bitter cold keeping its grip in the South. This is ABC News. The Oscar nominations have been announced, and one film is making history.
Emilia Perez is the leading nominee for the 97th Annual Academy Awards, announced Thursday in Los Angeles. The Spanish-language musical about a Mexican cartel boss who undergoes gender-affirming surgery received a record-setting 13 nominations, the most ever for a non-English language film. In addition, its star, Carla Sofia Gascon, is up for Best Actress in a leading role, making her the first ever openly transgender Oscar nominee. The Oscars air March 2nd on ABC. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
The world's largest iceberg on a collision course with a remote British island. The iceberg, known as A23A, is heading northward from Antarctica towards South Georgia, a rugged British territory and wildlife haven. The territory home to colonies of king penguins and millions of elephants and fur seals. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. With millions of YouTube views, shares, Instagram likes, followers, and fans across the globe. But what do all these amazing pets have in common? Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a shelter or adoptable pets near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard?
I don't think it matters at this point, but yeah.
It's Tarzan's the real estate closing.
Oh, I was working a case on the phone, so I missed the thing.
Yeah, it's my fault.
That's all right. That is nuts, man.
Oh, he sent something else. What did he send? Oh, he just sent the same thing over. I got it, man. The guys are reviewing your string. Hang on, they're going to go right back to you.
So YouTubers, this is crazy as shit. I'll read you guys the email. So the email, let me get to it. So the email comes from somebody named Wendy, and she appears to be at the title company.
Right.
And it looks like it's to the realtor for one of them, and then it's to the caller. I assume that's the caller. And it says, I want to touch base with you.
Yeah, Wendy is with the title company.
Yeah, I wanted to touch base with you to let you know that Monica, lender, is stating that the closing is being rescinded. Now, how do you rescind? Right there seems weird,
and
to
Mark,
rescind a closing.
Mark, just so you guys know, he also forwarded, I don't know if you want to see it, it's short and sweet, but he forwarded the email from Friday saying, hi, we just finished the closing at 4:30, so we missed the cutoff to wire out to your bank. You will have that on Tuesday when we're back in the office.
So when they had
it's a done deal.
They had the money.
They had the money. It was a done deal. They just missed a wiring deadline. That's a done, completed transaction.
They might be turning.
It can't be unraveled.
They might be turning their own title insurance in for their own problem.
That's exactly who I'd be calling it. You need to open a claim on your little errors and omissions today.
Unless if he said, okay, that's fine or something.
Yeah, hopefully he did.
Well, even if he said, you can wire me next month, I don't care, but the deal is done.
Yeah.
The wiring of the money has nothing to do with the transaction.
Correct.
That's a completely
they own
separate
the house as soon as they sign, right?
Thing, you know?
When you leave closing, it's over. That's the whole purpose of a title company.
Boom.
When it's a done deal, it's not always just the signatures, but It's the signatures and the funding, and they got the funding and the signatures, and it was a done deal. We've completed your closing. Done. Can't be undone at that point.
Not unilaterally.
No. The lender is stating this closing is being rescinded.
They don't.
The next day.
That.
No. Nope, not happening. I don't give a damn.
I've never heard of rescinding a closing like that.
That's a lender requesting it, though, right?
That's a request.
By the lender.
They're requiring that I wire the funds back. No. No.
Yeah, think of the damages this guy has. He sold the house, it should have been done, and the person ruined the house. I mean, that's the whole other aspect to this.
By not protecting it.
By not protecting the house.
Right. I think the title company, I think this dude needs an attorney in that
I do
town
too.
that can light somebody up and say,
light the title company.
you guys have a problem at the title company. You better have your errands and emissions insurance.
You better have
today. Open a damn claim.
And you know what?
And get right.
I'll tell you why this is even a thing, because it's a little small town and they all know each other.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Oh.
And this lady probably is good friends with.
It's Nebraska.
I know it's Nebraska, but.
And it's a town I've never heard of in Nebraska.
It's a small town.
Makes Norfolk look big.
Yeah, right.
Next door neighbor to the townhome you wanted to buy there.
It is the nail.
10 seconds, guys.
Site. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
You know, we're going to add some notches to our belt here pretty quick. I have to tell you, we're over $300 million in cash merchandise exchanges and refunds. And we have a case right now we're working behind the scenes. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy, but let me digress for a second. It's the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off. You got any problem, Contractor. We got 2 lines open. We've done a ton of stuff today, but this one's crazy. So listen to this. I can't believe this. Tarzan calls in. I got to ask him something. You just go by Tarzan. I assume the name I see in that email's you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is fine. I don't care about that. I just want to make sure that wasn't to somebody else. So Tarzan closes on a house Friday at around what, 4:30 or before that? You close. It appears they leave. It's done. It's over. The title company emails them saying that they can't transfer the funds until Tuesday. It's past the wire cutoff. That happens all the time. And the next business day or the next wire day is MLK. It's a national holiday. This is all makes perfect sense. In fact, a lot of us have been there. So the funds won't be there. But I want everybody to understand those funds are at the title company right now. They're not at the lenders. They're at the title company. The title company has all the documents signed. The title company has the money. The only thing left to do is dish out the money. Generally, most will go to the seller, and then some might go to a real estate agent, something like that. But other than that, it's it. The title company did its job. Then, what they email them yesterday, John, go ahead. Read what the woman Wendy from the title company emailed our caller, and Kelly, who is that the buyer's broker, I assume? I don't know who Kelly is.
No. So Kelly is she's a real estate agent in another town in Nebraska. Me and her are good friends. So I sold the house for sell by owner, but when it came down to the paperwork, I paid her a flat fee to help me out to get it through.
Right. She's hopefully got another E&O insurance policy that we can rope into this thing.
But John, this is crazy. So I want you don't have to read it verbatim, but that first sentence says a lot.
Yeah. I wanted to touch base with you both to let you know that the buyer's lender is stating that this closing is being rescinded, and they are requiring that I wire the funds back to them. I wanted to make sure you knew that this was going on, and she is not purchasing the house. If she wants to move forward, she'll have to start all over again. Let me know if you have any questions.
Let me know if you have any questions or comments.
I can think of a few.
I could think of 100. I have got something very important to ask you, though. Did you respond to this? And if so, what did you respond in writing to her?
Did not respond.
Good. Dear, I have never, can you imagine, John, you go in, you sell a house or buy a house, you close, 3 days later, they want to rescind. That would literally turn our entire buying and selling of property, not just in Colorado, but in the entire country, upside down.
Absolutely. So let's just play this out. This guy had no right to go back in their property and do anything. I mean, this deal was done and over with. If he went in there and forgot something, they could charge him with trespassing, okay? If she happened to be there and he walked in the front door, I mean, that's a problem. He had no right to be on the property, so he had no ability to protect it or anything else. This was a done deal.
He didn't own it.
He had signed the warranty deed. The loan had been funded. They had the money, as evidenced by the letter from the title company saying, I've got to send it back, which implies that they have it. So this is a done deal. I don't think that title company has any authority to wire that money to anybody other than the seller of that property, which is the instructions that he signed in his closing to send me the money by wire or whatever method.
And here's what happened for people just joining in. The reason this happened is, well, I'll let the caller tell it. She bought the house, and what happened? You closed, and what happened, Tarzan?
So they gave her the keys, congratulations, all that crap. And so she goes in the house. Again, we had, everybody had that cold snap. And realizes the furnace is out and the temperature in the house is like 25 degrees. And the pipes have frozen, which really isn't that big of a deal because the water was turned off anyway. So it's just the lingering water that's in the pipes that froze. But she's kind of a panicky buyer. And so she calls me freaking out, because again, we don't have realtors, so we talk to each other. I'm like, you just got to relax. We got to we'll find out what the damage is and we'll go from there. So in a period of a 48-hour time, she panicked, freaked out, and then backed out.
Do you know what the damage is, Tarzan? How much?
So far, it's $1,300 to fix the furnace, and that should be happening today. And then we heat the house back up so we can get the pipes.
Was there an inspection? Did she do?
They had an inspection.
Okay.
So who's on the front end?
It's her furnace.
And then they had. Oh yeah.
I mean, you're not coordinating these repairs, are you?
What am I going to do?
You're going to tell her good luck.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
that's why I'm calling you guys.
Yeah, this is crazy. I have never heard of a closing or a title company that would do it. In fact, okay, I do want to do this, Suzanne. Get Frank Duran on. That guy has closed on more houses, and I don't even know how many. He closes more houses in 1 month than most realtors do in a year. But John, you're in the same boat. I'm not saying you bought anywhere near that amount, or is Barry. But you've done a ton of deals, and you're an attorney. Once again, the entire reason of hiring and paying a title company is for exactly this kind of stuff.
Yeah, especially if you don't have brokers involved. I mean, they're in a unique position because they have to document the instructions that they're given, for everybody. And this was a done deal. They were only waiting to wire out his proceeds. I can't imagine how a lender would come back 2 days later and say, we're rescinding the deal, send us back the money. I don't care what happened to the house. The risk of loss provisions in the contract deal with exactly these kind of things.
It's the whole purpose of a title company.
Force majeure. This is just standard risk of loss stuff. And the title had already transferred by the time the problem happened in the deal. It's her house. It's her problem. Good luck.
Her insurance company can cover
her insurance. Her lender would have required her to have insurance in place. File a claim, open it up, move on, send me my money.
Did she have a lender?
Yeah. That's the one that's trying to rescind the deal and send the money back.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Hold the line, Tarzan. You're in the winner's seat.
Hey, Dimitri, or Tarzan, do you have the phone number for that woman who wrote you this email?
The title company lady?
Yeah, what's her name?
Wendy.
Yeah, let me get it for you real quick.
Yeah, I don't want it on air. Dimitri, would you do me a favor over this break I'm going to take?
I have it.
You have Wendy's number?
Yep.
I want Dimitri to call and ask her off air. I don't even want to try to spook her or anything. I just want to know what the hell they're saying. I just want to know, like, how does it, please, actually, you handle it however you want. You're damn good at handling stuff.
Thank you. It's
but the bottom line is I can't see any reason why they can send the money to anybody but him.
Have they already sent it back?
No. Well, he doesn't know.
Oh,
Hey, there's one thing is where, so Liz, the chick named Liz did all this on the front end, and then when it comes to the end, they send it over to Wendy. And so then they bring up this addendum thing, this $500, what do you call that?
Well, they should have caught that during closing. I don't even understand the relevance of that.
That's what I thought. They'd have a
So are they saying that the 500 was not delivered to the title company completing the payment? Is that what's going on?
That's what they suggest in the email.
Who was holding the 500?
Them in time.
Who was holding the 500? Was it your friend's trust account?
I don't know. What do you call that fee again?
Earnest money.
Yeah.
Earnest money. Yeah. And then I said, you don't have to pay that. So then they're like, okay, we need an addendum. And then they originally claimed that they didn't have it, but then I heard that they got it in time. Thus the email saying we've closed on 4:30 on Friday.
I think you're
we'll get
good.
the funds to you on Tuesday.
Yeah, and that's how the emails roll, man. In fact, when they start talking about not receiving the 500, that's where they start going, oh, also, Monica called me this morning upset about problems she discovered with the heat, etc. So I told her to contact a realtor and work it out. We are just the closing company, not a real estate company. Well, apparently they're not acting that way now, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the title company can't decide
You
where
got
to
some
send
small
money.
town stuff going on here.
So you
but,
understand, Dimitri, what question to ask?
And then, wait 1 second, and I just want to tell you this, because I don't know if it comes into play or not.
Oh, my God.
So
I'm waiting for him to drop the bomb. Go ahead.
No. It's not that big of a deal. But Wendy's like, we didn't receive. She starts going down that path, and I'm like, well, then why did Liz email me and tell me that we're closing? We closed on 4:30 on Friday, and we get the funds on Tuesday. And Wendy replies with, yeah, she shouldn't have said that.
Well, it's not even a point of that, because what Wendy said was a little different than that. She emailed you yesterday saying, I wanted to touch base with you and let you know that Monica's lender is stating that they want to rescind the deal. I mean, they're saying they want to rescind it and they want their money back. Well, they can't do that.
Can't do that.
Hey, John, are we totally sure that the closing was actually completed?
Only by the email saying closing's complete, we're going to wire out your money. So
Yeah, I mean, my God.
I mean,
And if she mistakenly said that.
If the guy, listen, there's only a couple parts to a real estate transaction, okay? The funding of the loan, the signing of the warranty deed, and
They gave keys, though, and that's important.
Yeah, and they passed the keys.
They gave possession to
and so
the new
I think
owner.
the critical thing here to keep in mind is with that new loan, you can safely assume that she had to get insurance in place. That it may have just been a binder, but it could have also been bought and paid for prior to closing. A lot of times insurance companies want that insurance to be paid for and in place at the time of closing. The risk of loss provisions in the contract dictate what happens if something goes down before the closing. But as of the moment of closing, that is not this seller's responsibility.
Guys, this is good old boys or good old gals that know each other.
For sure.
I would almost be assured of it. I mean, it's just an observation. It's not fact by any means. But I think the realtor or this lady knows the closing company. There's some connection, and they're trying to put the screws to this guy, in my opinion.
Yep.
All right, hold on, man. We're going to make that call. Everybody hold tight. Hey, by the way, how much money are we talking? I don't remember.
I think it was 163.5 was the sale price of the house.
All right, hold on. You know, it's so funny hearing this.
It's a new year, Colorado. Don't spend it painting. Do what your neighbor Linda did. She called Rhino Shield.
The house was built 42 years ago, and the paint was flicking off.
Had a payoff on a loan.
that owner of Genesis, I'm not going to have time to tell you. He was in Vegas this weekend. Texted me a picture in front of Trump Tower with a Tesla Cybertruck. Genesis Total Exteriors. The owner is Mark Szymanski. Listen, anything that's on the outside of your house, including the paint, they came out and painted our house 5-6 years ago. It still looks brand new. He's had the same painting crew for over 20 years. The other thing they can do is any form of stucco. They can do siding. They can do decking. Once again, if it's on the outside of your house, they can do it. But right now, during the cold time, you know how they're killing time? And I love it. They're doing doors, interior doors. Buy one, get one free. Maybe you still have those builder grade doors from, way back 20 years old. You want to get nice wooden doors. Buy one, get one free on interior doors right now. Check them out at GenesisTotalExteriors.com. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. ZeroResDenver.com. These guys clean the carpet and they do it right the first time. No soaps, no emulsifiers. They use hot water extraction. That's, in my opinion, the best way to do it. But they have the proper equipment that knows how to scrub it and probably more importantly, how to extract that water out, the dirty water. It gets down into the padding of these stains. So you got to get that hot water down there. And with their empowered water, it breaks it down and then they have the right suction to get it out. Unlike other companies, you don't have to call them, 3-4 days later and go, hey, that wine stain or whatever I had came back. These guys know how to clean carpet. They can also do granite. They can basically do mattresses. They can do upholstery. They can clean anything in your house. It's a great company, ZeroResDenver.com. Check it out, ZeroResDenver.com. And I'm going to throw on a little icing to the cake. You ready for this? Right now, they have 3 areas for only $33 each. Your first 3 areas, only $33. You got to check that out. 3 rooms, $33. ZeroResDenver.com. John Fuller Law, you've been helping us during the show all day. You did the show yesterday. Let's talk about you real quick. Personal injury. We talk everything on the show, but personal injury is what you have made a career of, going after insurance companies and making sure they pay every dime that they need to pay.
Yeah, that really sums it up in a nutshell. For 23 years, I've been helping Colorado residents go after and seek recovery of damages that they've sustained in accidents, be they slip and falls, car accidents, anything under the sun. That's what I do. We are a small firm. We deliver close personal service to our clients, and we would welcome the phone call if you're in that position.
And he absolutely means it. Suzanne and I have used him twice. Both times he got us the absolute best outcome you could ask for. He got us every cent. And on top of that, anytime you want to deal with John, you deal with the attorney. You don't call up and go through, 3 receptionists and 2 paralegals and never talk to the attorney. If you need to talk to John, John's going to be there to talk to you. 303-597-4500. Look, I say this about a couple attorneys. This is one, when you leave that emergency room, you're going to start getting calls from the at-fault insurance people and all these other things. Have this number in your phone. John Fuller, 303-597-4500, or call Fuller.com.
Okay, let me do this. Can I take your information and send it over to Mark, and he'll send it over to the Zero Res folks after the show? Okay, hang on just a second here.
Mark, when I call the title company,
what's your phone number?
The guy's a real name, but he's going by Tarzan.
Well, it's on the emails.
That's right.
Did you get those too?
No.
Oh, 303-807-2820.
Did they say anything?
My point is not yet, because that's what kind of tripped me up. Because
Jason calls Mickey.
Okay, so there's no trouble with me disclosing his identity. Title company, obviously.
No,
so
not to the title
I'll call them and
Do
ask
you
them
want
to comment on
to jot this down here?
No, I heard it.
You want me to forward it to you?
Kosmicki, Kosmicki.
Oh, I was going to call Wendy because...
Well, Wendy's a title company lady, but the seller is Jason. Here.
Yeah, I have Jason Kosmicki.
Yeah, because we're on it.
I have Jason's.
Okay.
And his phone number. All right.
Cool.
Thank you.
I would love to know what Wendy's got to say.
She ain't gonna say anything.
She isn't. She's protecting the company.
She's gonna say, I'm not gonna speak with you.
And Liz shouldn't have said what she said.
Right.
Well, that's the weirdest part. Well, you know what? That's like the most basic part of discovery right there. Did they have it or not?
That's
I mean,
right.
and then even if they didn't have it, how do they lie about it? How do they let them all leave without having the funds?
There's nothing that would make those funds. They would not have been waiting for approval to close until after closing. They would have had it like that morning.
Well, they always do. Usually the day before.
Right.
And then if the buyer wants to walk the property, they head over that day.
They issue a C2C before they even wire the money. Cleared to close, you know? The wiring of the money is just the last.
It's all small town bullshit.
They do that 3 days ahead of time because of that new federal law of 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So title companies playing games.
I think they're going to be writing a check.
I do too. All right. Well, if they don't keep the deal together, which I think it's still together. Where is the lender's money? We don't know that.
It better be in that title company.
It should be in the titles company.
It better be in that.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Dimitri's reaching out to Wendy, who is at that title company. This one is just so bizarre. So, Tarzan, listen, we're working on this, and hopefully we get an update on it here in a few minutes. Now, Cody, you hang on, but Jim's got an interesting one here. Jim actually called this morning and gave us some phone numbers of a scammer. One of the three scammers was James. And basically, what was he? He was the insurance guy. He was going to sell you an insurance policy for 1% of the $750,000 that you won in case if there was a problem. Was that James?
I think he was the Minister
right
of
on
Fairness
top.
and Compensation.
Except the amount went from $750,000 up to $970,000.
Nice.
Because they paid $22,000 to the IRS
Oh,
in
for
my
taxes.
name.
Yeah.
For the money I was going to get.
You know what? They are good people. No, so, but really, Jim, so we got him to come on air. He came on air and I called him out because he tried to turn the tables and say that you called him trying to scam him. But it was evident what was going on. So did he call back and threaten you? Tell us the story of when he called back.
Okay, first when he called back, he said that he didn't hang up on you, you hung up on him. Now, I was on the phone, I heard it. So. Okay, then he came out with, you're going to love the way he said this, the problem with you talking to this Martino guy is these small-town radio stations hire some guy, put him in a nice suit and give him a haircut, and all of a sudden he's a consumer expert.
Well, Mark does not have a good haircut.
I knew you were going to say that, and I wore the last time I wore a suit was at the funeral.
Let the record reflect.
Yeah, they got me wrong. So that was crazy.
Worst part was he thought you were young.
Well, I am young.
Almost as old as I am.
No.
I didn't touch that one.
So, Jim, you're talking to Mark, not Tom.
Okay. Well,
yeah, not a big deal. I'm 33.
Calling back on that. Yeah, the guy's insulting me, telling me I'm an idiot for not spending $7,500 to get back.
So, Jim,
$750,000.
So, Jim, I'm going to tell you a quick story for everybody out there. Colorado Springs, right before COVID, same kind of guy, same kind of hack, same kind of scumbag calls up somebody in Colorado Springs. Calls them up on their house phone and tries to scam them. The guy literally goes off on him. You're a piece of and a dumb, you name it. He drops every bomb on him. Okay. The guy spoofed his number and called the Colorado Springs Police Department and did what was called a swatting call. He basically said, help, I'm in the house, my husband or my wife or my kid, someone's trying to kill me, I need help right now. The police thought it was valid. They traced the call because the guy spoofed the number. They went there and almost killed the guy. It was absolutely crazy, and you can Google the story, swatting Colorado Springs, but these guys are bad guys. I mean, I have never... they're just crazy. They're bad guys. Now, most people, I don't think, would go that far, but that definitely happened. It was a bad deal. Jim, I appreciate that update. And, yeah, I think I like my suits. John, you've seen me in a suit.
No, I have not.
Not once?
Never.
Suzanne, have you seen? Yeah.
Couple times, Mark.
Don's funeral.
When you got married, maybe.
Oh, when we just had that honest, accurate function.
That wasn't a suit.
Well, it was close enough. That's a suit for you.
Well, for me, okay, John.
It's nice.
It was slacks and a blazer. Wow.
But it was nice, and a dress shirt.
Do you wear a suit? When you go to court, you have to wear a suit?
Yes, sir.
Have to.
Yes.
Have to.
Have to.
Hey, have to. So literally, if I walked in...
I don't have to, but I'd rather not get, listen.
The judge can kick you out.
The protocol for court is to wear a suit. And that, you could wear a sport coat and slacks and a tie, but it's still a suit.
That's the deal.
Yeah, in federal court, suit.
How about a woman?
That's a different deal. When I graduated law school, there were still rules that did not allow women to wear pants in federal court. Okay?
No kidding.
For real. I think that's been changed, but I'm not even 100% sure about that. Ask your daughter. She's been up there since more recently than I have.
Does she wear slacks when she goes to court?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in state court, no problem at all.
Oh, you're talking
no
feds.
problem. Federal court was a different deal.
Man, that's interesting.
I know that she was in federal court not long ago because they went down and listened to something, and so she would know better. And surely it's been changed, but that was the rule back then.
So Hillary Clinton,
but right now,
wouldn't be able to go to federal court.
In state court, you can dress that down quite a bit, but you're still, for women, it's just different because nobody really wants to say, is that a suit? Is that a slack? Is that a blouse? Is that a what? What is that?
Yeah.
But for guys, it better be slacks and a tie and a coat of some variety.
So, little different, but same thing. You, years ago, 20, 30 years, whatever, you did some personal, or not personal injury, that's what you do now, some criminal. Did you ever...
Cases.
What?
Cases.
Yeah, well, whatever. You did some criminal activity. That was good. That was good.
John, if you wanted to, could you wear the powdered wig like in the movies?
Oh, get out of here.
I don't know that my client would appreciate the...
Now, did you ever show up, though, with somebody that you're defending in court and they come in dressed like a hoodlum? Did you ever have to say, hey, don't go in there like that?
So I've been practicing since before marijuana was legal.
Oh, okay?
And I distinctly remember one client that showed up for a sentencing hearing wearing like a big marijuana leaf shirt on his...
Oh, my God.
And I was like, what in the heck is wrong with you? And it didn't go as well as we hoped.
And he kept it on. I mean, he had to.
Absolutely. He didn't have any other shirt.
So, Mark, you can't wear your Buc-ee's sweatshirt to court ever.
Don't wear Buc-ee's. Just generally don't leave your property with Buc-ee's.
Man. All right, everybody, hold tight. Cody, you're up.
Jim, thanks for your call today.
Can you imagine, though? You show up during the court case and you look over. If you're a juror, you look over. Yes. I don't care what anybody says. You're immediately judging everything at some point.
John, the women wear suits now. I've been hanging out at the federal courthouse.
Pantsuits and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, pants.
At the time, when I got out of law school, that was not okay. They were not allowed to wear pants.
There's one.
It had to be a damn skirt. It was crazy.
Well,
and
Jim, if you're willing to play ball,
I
wonder if we should go that route and call that
They
number.
but
we won't have time today, but tomorrow if you have time. I know your time. I know you're busy like all of us. So if you don't have time, it's cool.
Probably took
a couple of women tomorrow and us try that number tomorrow. Maybe Mark will do that.
To change that,
Did you get an update on that?
Yeah, I'll tell you what they're waiting for. Because we want to get John's input.
Is the money there?
She wouldn't tell me. Here's what she said.
No, let's do it on air. Okay. Let's do it on air. 888heating.com, $45. He'll come out and clean that furnace. It's going to be the best deal you got. I promise you, get it done. You're going to end up calling up this show and saying, Mark, you weren't kidding. They came out, spent a couple hours, cleaned all the dirt out, put the furnace back together. They slapped a sticker on there with their number and gave it a no breakdown guarantee. And it only cost me $45. That's new customers only. And why do they do it? Well, it's obvious. They want to earn your business when it comes to your furnace, your air conditioning, your water heater. They want to earn your business. They've been around a long time. Garrett's one of the owners, and I really like Garrett. I've been talking about him and his crew for 10 or 15 years. I know there's other deals out there. Listen, most companies do something like this. Some even call it a tune-up or something, but they come out, all they do is try to sell you stuff. These guys are as legit as a day is long. They'll come out, they'll clean it, $45. First-time customers, go to 888heating.com. You can schedule it right there. 888heating.com. She must have done that. And then we'll hit Vestair at the last. I'll hit you for that.
Break it? Sure.
Usually. Hey, Mark.
Oh.
What am I doing with Tarzan and his, is Dimitri on the case and I need to let him go, or are you going back to it?
Yeah.
Because Brad O'Brien isn't getting to me.
Yeah, so two things. We got to get Brad on tomorrow. That's going to be numero uno. And we're going to get an update. He talked to the title company. None of us know what it is yet.
Okay. Oh, so you want me to keep Tarzan on?
Yeah, keep him on.
Okay.
We'll tease it real quick.
Okay. Tarzan, we are going to go back to you with an update, so hang on.
Where is this? Why is this here? Oh, that's where they scoop up that water. That's pretty badass.
Yeah.
Man, these guys, I mean, can you believe it? They just keep popping up, these fires. When I was in the airport last night, in Washington, CNN, Fox News right there, both of them on the wildfires. And I was like, shit, I thought they had that contained.
No, new one.
It was a brand new one.
Yeah.
I think there's people, we know there's some people.
Yeah.
I think there's more arsons than they think. They're out. The one guy they caught with a blowtorch.
Oh, that's right. He was an illegal, too.
With a blowtorch.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
I think California is on the verge of changing, but it's not like
It is for Tom
it's not
Martino.
like the country swung. They're not going to be that
What do you
quick,
need help
but
with, hon?
I bet a lot of people that lost everything there are not going to California.
They can't afford to go back.
Yeah, because you're not going to be able to get insurance on a lot of that stuff anymore.
No way. All the big ones already basically pulled out. Why would you, though? I mean, you know what Brian Burns told me is for every dollar, it was either $1 or $100 spent for insurance policies in Colorado this last year. So was it one or two? I think it was 100. So for every 100 they collected, they paid out 200. So in Colorado, if they collected $1 billion, they lost $1 billion. Our people, our commission, would not approve any rate increases. So therefore, what happens is they just say, okay, well, we're not taking any new business. And then it gets down to the point where it's crazy. Yeah, for every $100, they paid out $200. Absolutely no bullshit. Colorado only. I mean, remember, they aggregate the whole country.
But they have to file reports with the insurance commission and stuff, so that's not even...
I think that's where Brian gets his information, is right there.
Why wouldn't they just pull out of the damn state?
Because, well, first of all, they can't just cancel a policy and pull out.
They can.
Well, when the policy's up, they can.
They can cancel instead of non-renewal?
Anytime, you know?
They had to update.
No, they cannot cancel it anytime, John.
It's set to the negative.
They can cancel it when it's up.
On the thermostat now, so it's not blowing out any cold.
I'm trying to find
It's
it
just
right
pumping
now.
out hot. Like, come on, guys.
Let's see here.
It's like the heat's nice, but we're gonna eventually need
This
cold
is all
too.
like 51% increase. Underwriting loss.
You better believe it.
I just want 2024.
I don't know what the last four digits would be.
I doubt anything's been filed in 24.
Now, one thing, you know where I could be off on it? It could be like Allstate or one company. but I'm pretty
Thanks,
sure it
guys.
was an act.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, where Colorado shines, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don't forget Barry Miller with Vestera. You guys want to do it. I'm going to recap real quick what he's going on in this webinar, but I love his program. Here's the bottom line. I don't care if you know what you're doing in real estate or don't. He takes all the legwork out. He knows how to go out. Him and his team go out and find pockets of good economies around the country. Then they find a house that's ready to rent out. You buy the house. They find the right people to manage it for you, and you collect rent. You make money right then and there while the house is appreciating. When you want to sell it, you sell your house. That's how it works. It's that simple. And you only pay them the $300. What is it, Barry?
$360 a year, optional. It's an optional.
And it's even an optional
service.
thing. So it's a remarkable deal, but give me a real case scenario. Someone that invested what? Give me your best case and average case, and give me the worst case, and let's say in the last 5 years.
Well, we don't have a worst case other than the people who've made 30% gain per year.
30%.
That's the worst, but that's way rare. And again, I was doing 2 or 3 today in studio.
Give me a best.
Okay. Typically, all of these came in at 42 and 46 and 47% return in the first 12 months. Conservatively.
Cash over cash.
Cash over cash. Conservatively. We also look for positive cash flow. We get that nowadays because of higher interest.
Yeah.
90% of the time, not 100.
Yep.
But until June of last year, it was 100% of the time positive cash flow in year one.
And they can purchase it however they want. Meaning, if they have cash, they can do it.
However they want.
Yeah, however they want. If they want to use the bank's money and pay some interest, long as they're cash flowing, they can do it. And you have people that do more than one.
1031 exchanges all the time. That's
a big one.
That's how people can come in with $75,000 today and have over $500,000 of new dollars. That's $500,000 over new dollars in 5 years or less.
That's pretty impressive.
We're doing
and not
it all
pay
the
any
time.
taxes on that.
Any of those
the money
exchanges.
they're bringing in.
We're doing it every day.
What's the worst? I know you don't do anything in Colorado for more
right now,
financial reasons or economy reasons
Correct.
or whatever. But, is there other places out there like Denver that it's just hard to be a landlord that you would never deal with? I mean, we know people that own a lot of homes in and around Denver, Colorado, and let me tell you, they want out of the business. You know one of them I'm talking about.
No, you bet I do. And they're coming to us because they're saying, hey, we're finished with Colorado.
But hold on, those people that we're talking about, any landlord out there that's like, oh my God, I can't believe I can't cancel my lease now after a year. I can't do this, or I can't raise my rent more than whatever. The bottom line is you've got a lot of people come to you saying, hey, listen, I want to do a 1031 exchange. I want to get out of Denver
out of Colorado.
and go find me, get out of Colorado and go find me some stuff.
Yep.
I mean, just like that.
It's doing all the time. There are only 4 or 5 states that are as bad as we are or worse. Okay, most of the other states.
California, New York.
California.
Yeah, so folks out there, listen, I know you hear Tom and I talk about these guys all the time, literally, and Barry's in like every, I don't know, once a month like he is today. But I want you to go to mybigestreturn.com. It's just a webinar. Sit down, start it, and learn the program.
Yep.
If it's boring to you and you have no interest, turn it off. But the bottom line is go to mybigestreturn.com and just sign up. And they can ask you. It's a pure Q&A, right?
Well, not during the 45 minutes. It's compact, power-packed, but we stay afterwards, let everybody know in advance.
So people ask questions.
Ask questions afterwards.
Whatever they want.
Whatever they want.
About 1031, how does it work, who does it, blah, blah, blah.
About lousy title companies, they could ask us.
Okay, now, once again, mybigestreturn.com. You want to be a landlord, but, I mean, literally not do anything but fund the project. There you go. Great track record. Good guy. So this Tarzan, guys. So Tarzan Title Company, in my opinion, just my opinion, did the total wrong thing and basically told them they had to send the money back. I mean, I'm looking at the damn email. none of us in this room can imagine under any circumstances how after you close a deal at a title company, they hand the other person a key. 3 or 4 days later, they want to get out of it. And this is a title company we're talking about. So, Dimitri, you called up, and I want to pull up the name of the title company.
That is Koonsman Title Company up in Nebraska.
So, Koonsman Title Company, you called up, and I assume you talked to Wendy, or who'd you talk to?
I did, yeah. Wendy actually answered the phone, and we had a brief conversation about this. And, I didn't call to point any fingers at her or accuse her of any wrongdoing. I just asked her for a comment and present her side of the story, or her company's side of the story.
And what'd she say?
Wendy said that she would love to present her side of the story, but she's unable to do so until Mr. Tarzan responds to an email that she had sent him. So I asked, well, which email are we talking about? The one where you said that somebody's rescinding the sale? And she said, I can't comment on that right now, but Mr. Tarzan knows what email that he needs to respond to.
Tarzan, is there another one or just that one he's referring to?
It's got to be that one that was the last communication we had.
So,
and by the way, she didn't ask for a response. You see the email.
I know. Yeah, somebody read me the email. There was no request for a response. But I assume, John, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if I were Mr. Tarzan, wouldn't I say something along the lines of, hey, I did not agree to rescind anything. You also did not say under paragraph 27, pursuant to paragraph 27 of our contract, you're rescinding this.
You're nuts. Where's my money?
And where's my money? It was supposed to be here on Tuesday. To me, that sounds like a sufficient response.
Not as legal advice, because this is Nebraska, John, but just in general. And nor is it really your specialty, although I know you've done a bunch of deals. But the bottom line is, how would you reply personally?
I think if I were responding personally, not giving legal advice, I would respond that, this is a done deal. I expect that my money will be wired immediately. And, to the extent that you don't agree to do that, you should probably put your O&E carrier on notice. I don't know what I would say.
Barry.
I think if I were Tarzan, I would say no response is needed yet, but I would go to an attorney quickly and have my attorney respond.
Right. I mean, it's really time that you need an attorney on your side here, because I really think it's a power play, but you're right.
I do
and
too.
I think this title company is in a bad situation. They're in a pickle, and I would hope that money's still sitting in their trust account, but proper guidance from an attorney that you hire could inspire them to do the right thing and tell this lady you need to go take care of your house, but this is a done deal.
Tarzan, what I would do is pretty much a little combo here. I would email him something like, this is unacceptable. I do not understand for the life of me, nor do some legal experts I've talked to in Nebraska, and this just makes no sense. I want the money wired to me, or I'm going to have to retain counsel and see how they reply. If they reply anything but the money's going to be there the next day, you go get an attorney. I mean, at that point, you might give them one shot because they're bluffing and they know they're screwed, but they're all good old boys winking at each other. But, man, I mean, I don't know what else you would do, dude. And I really want to get Brad O'Brien on tomorrow. I mean, John, how much different? I know you don't know the question to this. I mean, I could ask Brad O'Brien how different Nebraska is in Colorado, and he doesn't know the answer. But in general, my God, once again, a title company is there for exactly this, to rescind a deal or allow either side to rescind a deal 3-4 days later. I have never heard of in my life.
Unheard of.
So, Tarzan, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to send her an email that says basically what you guys said. I'm just going to say, hey, this is unacceptable. This thing was closed. You said you were going to wire my funds on Tuesday. I was expecting that. And if that doesn't happen immediately within the next 48 hours, I'll contact I'll contact legal advice.
I'd probably, honestly, if you don't get a reply by noon Friday, meaning tomorrow, I'd start calling attorneys, bro. Yep. John, do you have in his area, don't you guys have, I don't want to say like the yellow pages, but attorneys you would suggest for him in other states?
We all just know each other.
Oh, shut it.
No, I mean, I'm sure Brad may know somebody. I mean, he's probably in organizations that have more of a national, membership and stuff.
He does.
The people that I run with are all PI kind of people and stuff. So
so Tarzan, listen, I want Suzanne to get you on at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and or as soon as we can get Brad O'Brien. So are we good? Hold on, make sure we got the information. It's absolutely crazy. I gotta take a break, guys. Cody, hold on. I'm sorry, Cody. You've been holding so dang long. It's my bad.
Be close, maybe a minute or two on the other side.
Tarzan, I saw 720-315-3130 in your emails. Is that the number to reach you at?
What did you take out of it?
What we're going to do is call
they know
Brad O'Brien, our real
wrong,
estate attorney.
Oh,
in the morning,
yeah,
find
she
out when
was.
he's available.
Yeah,
she's
like, oh,
the
yeah.
show,
That sounds like
and let you know ahead of time. But if we don't hear from him, we'll get you during the show and let you know what's going to work. Okay?
You bet. They're
Until
covering
Tarzan
it.
responds.
Awesome sauce. I'll tell Kelly that, and I'll
Yeah,
have
I
your
mean, hopefully
number
this
as
will
well.
light
We'll
up.
work
Yeah.
on your case tomorrow.
They're putting a
my
suit
real
on
estate
him and a
attorney
good
just wasn't
haircut or
answering us
whatever the
today.
guy
Usually
said
he
about
does,
you.
so I'm
Yeah, I
sorry
got a
about that,
suit.
but we'll get it figured out tomorrow.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Appreciate
And
it.
it's small town
Red
radio.
Rocks Roof and Solar. If you have a commercial property, you're going to
Troubleshooter Show,
love
what is
this.
your first name?
Brooke has the knack to go out and get most of it covered, meaning 95 to 100% of a commercial project covered. You go, how do they do that? Well, there's federal grants, there's state grants, and there's tax credits. And she has done it for so many listeners. It's crazy. Imagine you have a fourplex, you want to generate your own electricity and possibly discharge your tenants' electricity. Check it out. RedRocksRS.com. Go there, call Brooke, talk to her. Any commercial property. Now, if it's not commercial and you're in a house, they can put a new system on the house and their pricing is unbelievable. They can also repair any system out there. They can do anything when it comes to solar. Generators for backups, battery backups. They can do complete off-grid systems. These guys know it all. RedRocksRS.com. That's Red Rocks, say it with me, RedRocksRS.com.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, I have at least
no
30.
problem. Frank, are you around tomorrow? We're going to readdress the
Perfect.
call tomorrow and may need you.
Tell her I'll take him in the
Yeah,
morning.
there was a closing on a house with a title company. He was told it was closed, and then that was on Friday, and on Tuesday they said, sorry, we're
You know
rescinding
what
the deal.
city this deal is?
The title
Nebraska, it
company.
was a tiny
It's insane.
town. Oh, I bet it's on.
So we were wanting to get some information from you about it. Can we call you tomorrow when we readdress the call?
God, I can't believe that, man. I think we can get 125 for this guy. I think we can get 125 grand for this guy.
Okay, perfect. I will let Kelly know that as well, okay?
Let's see. And I need to see. You never did get to
Okay, thanks a lot, Frank.
Okay, hold on.
Bye.
Dimitri.
For the call. In a nutshell.
No. I'm just going to put email. Closing company. Man, I can't. You know what? I love this show because of shit like this. When I was just a listener 30 years ago, it's these fucking mysteries and how they end up. It's like, what are the chances of closing on a house if they want to rescind the deal? And how often does this shit go unchecked? Like, they're like, someone could easily be like, oh, that sucks. I got to start selling it all over again. Think of the time it was off the market.
Or this guy is in there fixing his furnace and stuff.
And now shit's broken.
Well, he's willing to pay whatever that $1,300 is.
No, that's crazy.
Koonsman title since 1887.
Tells you everything you need to know.
That's good old boys, right? They only serve Western Nebraska. And then the first quote they have is by somebody named Wendy. I'm sure it's her. Oh, it is. We make all the above a pleasing experience from start to finish. Wendy Fritzler.
Okay, so listen, I'm going to call Kate. I'm going to call Kate after this. I'm going to call Kate. It's ridiculous. I'm not going to say a company. She works for a company I advertise for. And I got a deal wrong. But it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter I got the deal wrong. It's not like, it's absurd. I mean, it's like crazy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'll tell you afterwards.
What?
Are we off YouTube?
What are we talking about? I missed it.
Just for a second. Tell me if I am. So instead of zero res, I did three areas, $33 an area. What is that? 109? They want, listen to this. Whatever it is, you buy two, you buy two, you get two, you buy two, you get two free. So they've had 3 or 4 calls. How much are the two? 109. You buy two at 109, you get two free. I've had 3 or 4 people call to get the deal, the 3 for 33. And I mean, she's not just trying, she's like, I don't know where Tom got this 3 for 33. We haven't done that forever. How about my phone just rang 4 times and you can offer that client 1 extra room for less money now? You could be a superhero. Would you update
Troubleshooter Show, please hold a minute.
our call sheet?
What?
See, Tom's so used to doing this.
Go find the extra room.
We'll say what?
No, they get it for free, though.
By you.
Yeah. He is. Most of his life.
No, listen.
Mark's been out of his
I want to make sure you
most
guys
of his
understand.
frickin'
I'm thinking
life.
I'm not being clear. 3 rooms for $33, $99.
Let's see what
That's
this
not
is.
the deal.
Troubleshooter
The deal
Show, what is
is
your first
buy
name?
2 at 109, so it's $10 more.
But is it so it's 220?
No, you buy 2 at 109
Are you gonna be available
and get
when you're in the
2
airport
clean.
as well?
So
It's $10 difference.
Perfect.
Then join me at 4.
All right, listen. 303-713-8255. We've got a lot cooking. We're going to have some great updates tomorrow. We're going to stay on top of this closing company like crazy. Don't forget, Barry Miller, VesteraTurnkey.com, but go sign up at MyBiggestReturn.com. Sign up for that webinar this Saturday, 10 a.m., MyBiggestReturn.com. See you tomorrow.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Into a Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
The best $45 you'll ever spend on your furnace. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. 888heating.com will get your furnace ready for winter with their $45 deep cleaning special. They tear apart your furnace, get rid of all the dirt, and give you a no breakdown guarantee. I know lots of companies offer specials like this, but these guys actually clean it. They're just not trying to sell you something. Go to 888heating.com. That's 888heating.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW, Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The first of 1,500 troops deployed by the Pentagon are soon heading to the southern border. It follows President Trump's executive orders on immigration, including declaring a national emergency. The military's role is to support state and federal agencies, but could also add to tensions in border communities. ABC's Maria Villarreal is in El Paso.
The biggest concern here on the ground in these border communities is the optics of this. If we see military troops coming to our border, is this more of showing a sign of strength, showing what the unapologetic message is from the Trump administration, or is this actually resolving a problem?
Pete Hegseth's confirmation to become the defense secretary, clearing another hurdle. The Senate passed a vote to advance his nomination. A full vote is tomorrow. The Senate confirmed John Ratcliffe as Trump's CIA director today. Trucks continuing to roll into Gaza, bringing much needed aid for displaced Palestinians.